we're going to get started with Dawn of Worlds for Campaign 2. We have the large majority of our group from a nearly three-year long campaign across the Eversky, which is a Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition campaign that has been going on a while, mainly in person, but of course, due to everything, we're meeting online right now. We're getting ready for Campaign 2 as we're approaching the end in the next year. I'm hoping, as the Dungeon Master, Jake, to get enough prepared in time so that we can jump right into the second campaign. I have some very vague ideas of what we can do, what the story will be, but I approached the team, the group, and basically said, I want us to come together and create the world, and so that I can be inspired with the new story. Very excited. We're using a custom game that you can find online, Dawn of Worlds, to do the world creation. It should be great. So, we're in Roll20 right now. With the start of Campaign 2, there is an event right at the beginning. The beginning of creation on this material plane. A spawning of magic happens within a deep void. Something sparks that magical energy and creates this world. This is the first time the players are seeing it. Here you all are. Hopefully it loads for you.
Mm-hmm.
Cheers.
So spacious.
We all voted on this world design. I did a rough sketches on 3 of them, and this was what we decided on. I made some modifications. Very excited to fill in this world. And now I'm going to be a lot less formal just because we're on a stream. I've done the introductions. We've got our players, which you'll hear from.
Like you're not
Are we all ready to play?
Let's do it.
I'm ready. Okay. So, we're in the first stage of the world. The first thing we need to do, before we even get started on turns and creation, I'm going to wait on the world name, and I want us to talk about the gods, who we are, who you're playing right now, the first gods that are created for this world. And I'm going to write their names down and what they are. So.
Come up with a lot of other preparations, but names.
Yeah, name is less important for the god, and more so what they rule over. But I do want to know that. Hopefully, I don't know if you've all thought about it, but
no,
I have.
That's
yes.
okay. That's okay. I have a list of deity stuff. Like, what's the word I'm looking for? Trav, you asked. Domains. Thank you. That was requested, so you can find that in the Discord server. Just all these options, but think about what you want to achieve. Think about what might be a great god to see in this world that you don't necessarily see in the Forgotten Realms, things like that, in Eberron. And we don't need Nerul, the god of death here. Maybe it's the god of death and splendors. Think of something unique. Think of something that will maybe represent your race that you are thinking about creating, what they're going to follow, and what their purpose is in the world. Spencer, you said you had a god figured out.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Do you want to talk a little bit about it?
I don't have too much, obviously, put together. Got a name, got a couple of major powers as for domains, but nothing too much. It'd be.
Okay.
So I had to punch this in chat here so you can see my spellings and stuff.
Oh, jeez.
Are they Jakeish spellings?
No, not that much.
I take offense to that.
I love Jakish spelling, man. It's like mini
Just when you
puzzle.
assumed that there was only one way that something could be, Jake shows you, nope, there's at least a couple other ways that could have been spelled.
The inch of game. I don't know what that means.
So it was a quote of what we were talking about when we were talking about the size of things.
Odd.
It amused
Yeah.
us a little.
Have you entered it into the chat?
I'm working on it.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're entering into that chat. Great.
Yes, because that's on the stream.
Yeah.
Both looking at the list of domains a little bit closer
Mhm.
and
And those are just suggested ones. They can be anything.
yeah.
There you go.
Aeolus.
Aeolus.
Nice.
I skipped over that part of the first reading. What?
Knowledge, trade, true neutral. This definitely seems like a Spencer God, the trade route. Symbol is a set of scales with flames and ice perfectly balanced. I like that. I think it'll be great.
You've got
Yeah, I'd love to see mock-ups of your symbol later. And you don't need all that detail, like the symbol, what it is. That can come later. But I'd love to have a name for you and a name for your god and the possible domains. And you can add a domain later.
So yeah, this was kind of one major, one minor domain.
Mhm.
yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing, like a couple of them to start of what I was thinking of going into, and then other stuff I might like. Maybe I'll pick this one.
So you got something, Trev?
I've got. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I guess I've got like the kind of domains. I don't know like a name or anything yet. But like I kind of mentioned before, I was thinking of potentially embodying some of the like ocean, like the seas, the waters,
Okay.
also like the earth or terra or like the land that could potentially be tied to like.
So you're wanting a god of both ocean and land?
Well, yeah, that's why I was kind of thinking like having basically having them embodied in two separate kind of entities and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like if anything, like if it is still technically one god at this point, it's like a split personality, if nothing else.
Do you want to go that route? We could do that. That could be cool. And then maybe at a certain point in the first stage, you have this god has an instance where they split. That could be neat. Or maybe an event happens that another god does something to.
Someone could make that happen for you, Travis.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want to explore that?
Yeah, I'm good with that. And that's like since like you were saying, it was cool to kind of like potentially be controlling multiple gods and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that could be interesting. Of like at first, like I could see like when this first starts out, it's like a lot of responsibility hoisted on like a smaller number of beings and stuff like that, and then as it goes, it's like I'm gonna split into two things, and this is a little easier to manage.
If you can get a name for your god before we get it into turns, that would be great.
Yeah.
Michael.
Yeah. So the idea I was starting with, I have a name, and I've done probably more than enough detail, so I'll just give you this broad strokes now. But I've typed as so the name is Ilm, ILM, and I have God of pure knowledge. And so I'm sure that Aeolus and Ilm can find some interesting overlaps in what we're doing here. And I've conceived of him as well, the pure knowledge there is significant in that this is a God that is not really concerned at all, nor are his servants with wisdom, learning, understanding. He's fundamentally charged or has taken the mantle of an archivist of sorts, the guardian of all that is in the universe, and establishes himself locally as well as cosmically to basically collect all of this in what is sometimes known as the cosmologue. And since he's not, his concern has very little to do with things like wisdom and learning, there is some tension between those gods that do prioritize understanding, application, and use of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And some civilizations maybe even have risen in the cosmos that think of these gods as superior to Ilm. And that could always be something that causes tension throughout different corners of the cosmos. Another aspect of this god that I thought might be interesting to play with would be that though his primary domain is knowledge in its purest sense, he his also kind of overlaps with greed and madness, primarily in the way that the effects of his works um, impact mortal minds who cannot possibly manage or conceive of the all knowledge. And so, and also the idea of hoarding knowledge, not necessarily with an informed or a wise orientation with what knowledge and information
Mm-hmm.
can do or can be used to do. So those
Yeah,
are
I
some
think
broad strokes.
I think that detail is great. I don't have any issue with having, that pure knowledge focus plus greed plus madness. Like those are the details intertwining how that will make up the followers, of the churches and everything in this world. It's really exciting to go into that much detail. I do want to ask Spencer, between Spencer and Michael, the two of you, you both have a god of knowledge. Do you, and as we know in other pantheons of Dungeons and Dragons and other fantasy realms, there are gods that do overlap, that do have multiple, that share common areas. Is it okay with you, the two of you, to share that? Do you have
Oh,
any issues?
I mean, I see his as more a keeper of
Historical?
knowledge, more like
Mm-hmm.
Thoth, um, of
Mm-hmm.
the Egyptian pantheon. The keeper, just the repository. That's it.
Yep.
The scribe of the gods, so to speak. Whereas Aeolus is more like applied knowledge, the research, the that sort of things.
It sounds great. I wanted to make sure you're both okay with it.
I'm comfortable. I think there's plenty of room for overlaps in these
There's
domains, certainly.
there is. Okay. Keith, Chris,
All
either of
right.
you have a thing? Go ahead, Keith.
You can call me Greeth from now on. That's my introduction to Twitch. So I got Riz, God, Reciprocity, and Consequence. We can work out the mechanical domains later, but neutral good, living fountain of the forces of magic. So as far as what might happen, Riz is concerned with what happens to the magic after it's cast.
Oh, it's perfect for the premise of this setting.
Yeah.
I love it.
I think that sounds great.
A couple other things with reciprocity. Riz is also concerned with cultures of people and how they interact with their environments. What his agenda is, we might see later on tonight.
Sounds great. Chris, how's your god creation going? The possibilities.
Where is your god now?
Where is he? Where is he? Or she? I was going to go more organic development throughout the evening.
Yep.
So I'm scrambling at the moment to solidify a few key items.
That's kind.
I don't have a name.
So
That's okay.
it's okay.
Can
I
be
came
the-
with Riz's name 2 minutes ago.
That is okay. So, Trav, have you thought up a name?
We'll go with. I just said like 30 seconds ago in my head. I was like, when he asked me, I'm gonna just like say the next few words if I haven't thought of another thing yet. So we're gonna go with.
Fantasy name generator.
Well, yeah, no, I've got some of those open and stuff, but I haven't solidified any of the things for sure. Okay, I'm gonna take part of the things I was just grabbing.
Let's generate. Hey, it's my name.
Let's go with these. Do we have? Okay. Oh, let's go with
Oh goodness, he froze.
oh. Technical difficulties, not really. Let's go with Ozicho. I'll type it out, I guess.
Yeah, please type that out.
Please.
Great.
Ooh,
Exactly how it sounds. Okay.
How do you pronounce? Say it again, Travis.
Ozicho. Like, I don't know.
No, it's great. Yeah.
I came up with it just now, and I'm googling it to make sure it's not a naughty word. Doesn't look like it is.
Not yet.
At least it's not.
It
Wait, what
is
do we
not
have
wrong.
this? God of the oceans and the earth. We have
Who's your chill now?
We have a lot of broad stroke gods, which is interesting. Interesting to see that these are the major players, and then of course a smaller pantheon will develop beyond that. That will create churches all around. But
All right,
looks like Chris, you might be ready.
I am prepared.
What you got?
I will be portraying Razarai, the god of wisdom, war, poetry, death, runes, and magic.
Among your things, would death runes be a particular?
No comment.
How about death poetry?
Perhaps you have to have dead poets.
Everybody else is trying to be so much smarter than me. Everybody's got knowledge or wisdom.
Don't fall into that. I think having a focus of ocean and earth is I think there's some interesting things you're going to be able to
Well, and especially
like
in this
followers
early
will do.
age, there will be things that I am.
Yeah.
Elements are important. I was debating on going in the elemental route.
Mm-hmm. In ocean and earth, it can just kind of shift into a god of travel, a god of much more too. But maybe only a specific one will branch that way. Okay, we have it all down. Does anyone have anything they'd like to add to their god before we move further into the game?
Nope.
After seeing what other people have come up with, I know sometimes it's that, oh, I got a spark of inspiration.
So I'm now thinking about how mine can or which other ones it might interact with and rub off on in terms of oh, I hung out with this one and now I'm feeling a little bit more something.
Sassy.
I feel like multiplying.
It's okay. We can add later.
Control.
Okay. We're going to move on then to the game part of it. We have our gods to world creation. So this system, it uses 2 6-sided dice for power and then for turn order. Okay. I'm going to not bring this up just yet, the turn order tracker, but remember how I said, I think all of you should have control of your token now. Don't move it. You don't have to move it from that spot. But I do want to see your points when you enter them. Okay?
Only your points.
Drop those into one of the columns.
Yeah. Yep. Just so I can look. So I can keep track. And so you can keep track too.
Also, Travis's spreadsheet is really good.
So are we using a spreadsheet?
I submitted one in the Discord thing that.
But that's make a local copy more for you tracking stuff.
Yeah, make a local copy. Yeah.
I'm not going to be using it, but I'm going to open it.
Yeah.
Because I saved a copy locally, so.
Yeah, because I made it so you couldn't edit it, but then you copy it yourself, and then you can enter in the apps,
right.
How much power you have and what you want to do, and then it'll add it up to see how much you'll have left over and stuff. So we can
Mm-hmm.
Be like,
It's a nice tracking
yeah,
tool. Yeah. Thanks, Travis.
yeah,
That'll help you keep track of what you do each turn.
yeah. Because I was like, I'm going to use this, so I will share it with other people too.
Okay. So we're on the first stage. What we need to know about the first stage. Where's that document?
Did you say there was
Races are
an
expensive.
event that was going to happen, or just
The first stage, basically the event that happened is the creation of the world, just coming into place. The first stage is focused on geography. Normally, the world map is almost blank when the game starts. I might throw in a few mountains and stuff. I haven't done any of that. I did throw in a few islands, and you can see up here that I did create, like this river area.
That's awesome.
I wanted to do something more with that continent up there, but
See in there.
so you're going to be creating a lot of the geographic features during this age. Each round that we do adds up to about 500 years, and then we do another round, and we're going to have at least 5 rounds in the first stage. I expect we're going to want more than that.
Yeah.
But once we get up to every round, we're going to let people vote on it, all the players, and if the majority of players choose to stay, we'll stay up until round 8,
10.
9, 8 and 9. If 2 people vote, let's move on. We'll move on. Round 10, if one person says no, let's move on. We move on. Okay. So we're going to get started here. Let's find out how many points everyone has. Okay, in this first stage. And all of you, hopefully, I know that in the Trav's action calculation, you have the prices.
yeah.
Yep, so you see that per age. Make sure if you don't have that open, or if it's confusing for you, look at the power page on the PDF. So
Macro, because I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm only going to need to make one roll, so might as well just make it a button.
Ha, you have to roll 2 different things.
I did, and we're not.
okay. All right.
Chris, we
Great.
got the same roll.
And now initiative.
So Adam, don't roll initiative just yet. Put all those numbers into your character slots, into your.
Which color did you want it in?
It doesn't matter. Let's do green.
Bah.
It doesn't matter really, but.
Because we're not going to have like another one.
And I am bringing up the initiative tracker. Okay, so we have turn order now up. So when you're ready, select your icon, and then roll the numbers. And I'm going to hopefully
It does
see.
not automatically go in there because it's not a d20.
That's
And
stupid.
it's not going to be an initiative.
I tried.
I'm guessing, yeah. We could just roll d20s for initiative.
Sure.
Oh boy.
That's up to El Dungeono Mastero.
Do people want to do that?
Sure.
Well, we can do this round.
Let's just stick with this. Yeah, this round, especially since people rolled.
Rolling 2d6s for that.
I think that the 2 dice versus 1 dice, does that make a difference in terms of
I mean, it weights the average
There's a
to the
higher
center.
variance.
probably
Higher variance. on
Lower variance.
What?
You have a higher probability of the middle numbers.
And the end of my thing was with a single die.
Right.
Higher variance. Single.
Adding each of you. All right.
And yeah, if it is determining a turn order, like a d20 would be less likely to like tie as often as everybody rolling the 2d6s, since we don't have to worry about like, we only brought d6s. They're all digital.
That's Kovaku. What'd you get? 5. And Michael.
Yep, I got 2. A whopping 2.
I should not call you Kovaku.
Call me whatever you
Trav.
want.
Okay. Well, we have our points. We have our turn order.
Oh, sorry.
We do not have a world name yet.
Do we need
Do
a
you
world
all
name
want
yet?
me to... What?
I said, do we need a world name yet?
We probably don't.
I feel like that would
Not yet.
like.
Let's
I feel like I
let's
could at least wait till the end of the first stage, if not till the end of all
Yeah.
of creation.
Yeah.
let's maybe it's a reward for who creates their race first. The first race gets to name the world.
I
So
think
call it My Land. Or
I like that.
Our Land.
Then again, the gods do have that say in choosing the name.
I mean, we
so-
could have races go to war over whose name's better too.
So we're gonna have a race.
I
yeah,
have a
yeah,
suggestion.
Michael. Yep.
Do you remember way back? God, I think this was right at the beginning of Eversky when we were kind of going through this bits about like you'd give us a hand in shaping the names of things, and
Oh, and we did the 3 syllables. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody gets a syllable. Maybe
There
the
you go.
first
Oh,
gets
yeah.
the first syllable, the second race gets the second syllable, and
Oh,
so
yeah, that'd be interesting. We pick those now, and then when we determine the order, then it'll be assembled later. If we just want to get extra funky,
Or we can just
Let's,
just come up with a reasonable name.
or we can just let
and a
the dungeon
reasonable
master
time.
name the world if we wanted to.
Yeah, that's what I was figuring.
yeah. Let's get through the first stage, and we'll have a name at the end of the first round of the first stage. Okay.
First round.
For at the end of the first round. Sound good?
Sounds like a
first thing.
plan.
So after this round,
Yep.
we'll have a name.
I'm excited. Let's hear it.
Okay. And someone will create a name together, or I will create one.
Sounds good.
Remember, it's a world name. And then we'll also have to think of continent names, but those will all come together. Kingdom names, everything. Race names. Lots of things need to be recorded. So, round 1. Turn 1. Player.
Fight.
Spencer.
All right.
Okay. You get to go first. You have 7 points.
All right. I'm going to do 2 actions of shape land. And I'm going to put in...
And that costs 3.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to put in some mountains.
Oh, what color am I supposed to be?
It automatically goes with your name, so you're purple.
Okay.
Got it.
And there you go. Should I move my avatar over to where I just did a thing?
I was going to do some a grid like A, B, C, D up at top and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 going down. I tried that and I got the measurements wrong and I didn't have time to fix it. So,
Just
Okay.
so we can talk about
Yep.
where we were.
yeah. Okay, so continent right.
What are you doing?
The drawing was on top of my character icon, so
Oh, so you couldn't get him out
So-
of there?
I couldn't get
So-
him out.
No.
He was stuck.
So what is that? That's just mountains?
That is mountains.
Shape,
Mountain.
land.
Is there a way that we can set to draw on the map layer, or to move ours? No, it has to be DM that puts
No,
things on the
it
map.
just
We only
draws
have
where it
one there.
draws.
So can I ask real quick, Michael,
Yes, sir.
can you try grabbing his mountain? Like one of them.
I cannot do it. Oops. I guess I should not be drawing when I try to grab. No, I can't. All I can do is affect my own things.
Awesome.
I
That's
can
what I
move
need
my
to know.
mountains.
You can, but do not. So make sure you do not move your own stuff. We don't need a lot of things. Actually, okay, yeah, move that back.
Okay.
And you raise a good point.
Boy, this is gonna be hard to draw.
I zoomed in.
Yep,
It
zoom
makes
in.
it easier.
Yes.
There you go. Now try grabbing it, Spencer.
Oh,
You can adjust
Can't do it.
now I can put me
Move
on
it to
top.
the mat layer.
Oh, did you steal it and take it to your GM layer?
I moved it to the map layer, yep.
Layer.
Cool.
And you should all know that once this map is done, whether it is finished with Dawn of Worlds or whether I finish up some stuff, I'm planning to go to a site like Fiverr and hire someone to create this map in a very nice way.
Would
Yeah.
you object to me having a hand in it just on my own?
I would.
You would?
No,
Seriously?
no, of course not. Yeah, go ahead.
Because I would like to tinker with it too. That in that regard. Once, I mean, not to.
Yeah.
I would like
Freedom.
all of us to take our hand at this and see what comes out the best.
That would be
Make
awesome.
make sure you mark off your points on your character as well, so I can keep watch
yes,
of
on
that.
my character.
Yep. And Kovaku. God, Trav. You are
Great
Kovaku.
name.
I
They
am
don't-
Kovaku.
Don't say my real name. Donson, we
Don't
got Donson.
reveal the true name of Travis to the streamers.
Don't tell the people.
Yeah, I'm gonna do just one thing of shaped land. I'm gonna do the zoom in thing here.
Okay.
We're gonna bring a river out. Where we're at? Let's do like a little bit more river down here.
It's in the land.
And then there's gonna be let's do a little fewer. Oh, I can't undo.
Okay, so you're there. Okay. Continent.
We're gonna try it again. We're gonna do two sides, and then we're gonna put some like jungly trees. I don't know exactly how best to represent.
Shape land times 2. River.
No, just one.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I don't have enough for 2.
Oh, got it.
That's jungle tree.
Rivers and jungle.
Yep, around the thing.
Is that land or is that climate? Not to be pedantic. No, that.
Yeah.
Well,
I would.
No, the forest is land. Never mind. To make it a hot jungle, specifically is listed under shape climate. So never mind.
Make it hot.
Me.
Right now it's just room temperature jungle.
Yep.
That's so strange. That was a strange part of the rules in that it conceives of forests as jungle as just an overlay of forest. But so you can't just outright create jungle. You have to create a forest.
To me, that's jungle, but it's not like necessarily specifically a like hot jungle.
It's just your flavor of tree. What flavor of tree would you like?
Because shape land, it does say this power directs the creation, modification, or erosion of mountains, hills, lakes, streams, rivers, forests, jungles, deserts, grasslands, tundra. So you get to choose. And then shape climate, hey, you could go to his forest later and make it a cold jungle.
Gotcha.
Make it a something else jungle.
It's gonna be a frozen jungle. It's gonna be great.
That makes more sense then. I like
and
that.
That's a neat idea. A frozen jungle. Okay. So that costed you what, 3 points?
Adjust my thing on this thing.
Correct.
And mark off that I'll get a bonus point next round.
Yes, thank you.
How are you marking that?
His spreadsheet does it
remembering it and like on my sheet at the bottom there. It'll give you a 1 or a 0 whether you qualify for it, and then then you just
cumulative ones. Yep, I see it. Great.
Then you put in the blue the right amount.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you put the cumulative bonus. Got it.
Because I don't have it to calculate out the total bonus, so you just gotta manually put that in there.
Fair enough.
All right. How do you all like the world that I created? I made some modifications off the basic design. It all look good?
It's good.
I'm very pleased with it. I think it's going to be really interesting.
It's not too big?
Yeah.
It's going to take...
It might be big, but
the squares might be small.
Okay. Is that okay, though?
That was my concern, is that the squares are small for 1 inch.
Yeah, for us to be doing 1 square at a time, this may take all 10 rounds.
Okay. If people are okay with that, if you'd like, I can change the size of the squares real quick.
That might be fair before we get
group at large. What do we think?
Do you want this?
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Okay.
I mean, they don't have to be, huge.
No. So right now the squares are 40 pixels. I'm going to make them 50.
50.
And you can see the difference.
Well, we need to oh, no, there it is. That's better. Yeah.
Is that better?
That works a little better.
I think this still might take a lot of rounds, but it's
Do you want to see it a little larger?
Let's go a little larger.
Do like 60 because that's 1.5 times.
Yeah.
And maybe 60.
Here's 60.
This is 60. 60 is good.
I think 60 is pretty
60 is nice because it would give us yeah.
I like it.
Okay.
Add more mountains then.
Okay, yeah, you go ahead and do that. I will move your mountains to the map layer. Trav, if you want to, I'm glad I asked. If you want to erase your design and you want to sketch your jungle river, jungle cruise, you certainly can sketch a new one.
Are you saying you didn't think it was super quality there?
Now I think that
it just wasn't
that
scale.
Your character, what's your race name, or what's your god?
Oni-chan.
Ozicho.
That's
Uh,
pretty
now
much
I
what
think-
it is, isn't it?
Now I think of Ozicho as Dwayne the Rock Johnson in the new hit movie Jungle Cruise.
Ah, yes.
You know that gets coming,
Mm-hmm.
and it basically looks like Pirates of the Caribbean, just
In the jungle.
in the jungle with Dwayne Johnson. Yeah,
You know what? I'm for it.
yeah, I'm fine with it. I
know.
watched Jumanji: The Next Level. That was just as funny as the second one. It's the first one, so
I was hoping it'd be this as funny as the second
it
one.
was. I recommend it.
Or wait. Oh, the first one of the remake things. Okay. For a second,
Yeah.
I went back to the other one.
It is now Chris's.
What kind of devastation would you like to bring upon the world?
God of death poetry.
Catastrophes are 10.
Start a catastrophe right now.
No one got enough points for a catastrophe.
Of course not.
But
They could.
You could save up for it.
save my point.
You only got 4, so you automatically get the bonus next round regardless.
Oh, yeah, it's
Oh no, I have 5. The 4 is my order.
Oh, that was your... Okay. Well, no,
Yeah,
the 5
that's order.
still qualifies for the bonus, though.
It does, because you only get, like, it's 1 bonus per round, and then it just carries over through the rest of the rounds, right?
Well, until you have over 5 remaining in one round.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you have 3 rounds in a row where you have 5 or less points, you get 1, then 2, then 3 extra. But then once you don't have less than 5, less than or equal to 5, you lose the whole bonus and start over.
I do have a question. If we
Yeah.
do not set a climate, what is the default climate?
Good
plain.
question.
Probably temperate.
Temperate?
Yep.
That sounds cool.
So if there's trees, it's temperate forest.
Uh,
If there's grass,
would
it's
say-
plains.
Yeah. Shape climate is, I would say, extreme weather, extreme fog in this area, extreme snow, sleet, hail, always, those types of things. Extreme rain, or it's a very rainy area of the world.
I wonder if I can do that. I want to do that. I'm gonna
Like,
do that. Okay. Let's do this. I'm going to shape climate for extreme fog. Right. I need my brush. Brush. I don't know how do I depict fog?
Draw boxes around the squares, probably.
That's not what I wanted. Can you erase that dungeon?
You can.
can.
Yep, I got it.
As we
There
get
you go.
adding to this, we're gonna need like a legend.
Because, like, you can do something
Yeah.
like that. And just, like, this is all foggy.
Yeah, you can just write the word fog.
Fog in there.
Sure.
There is a text function. Or wait, can players not do the text thing? Players can't put text on the board.
No, it's
No,
on the brush.
It's
Oh,
under
it
the
is
brush.
on the
yep.
brush thing. Oh, okay, there we go.
Okay, there's my fog.
Green fog on the Isles. The Foggy Isles. I like it. Test.
Okay, so island. Okay. Continent right. Shape climate.
Yeah.
That's ×1. Okay. 1 use of it. Intense fog. Hey, that works. On upper island. That's interesting. So what? I'm curious about what is on that island now.
I feel like
I
mountains
like
are
the fog idea.
Mirelurks,
Yeah.
obviously.
Okay. This is going by pretty quick so far. Look at that. We're almost through round 1.
All right.
We have. That's it. That's your turn.
I'm saving the rest, so I've got 3 points left. I'm holding them.
Keith.
I'll be back.
Yes. So right over here, to the northern continent, we're gonna put a big old mountain here. We're gonna do a create land, as well as we're gonna spend my last 2 points on the climate for that area. This will also be kind of foggy. Some say even misty.
Foggy mist.
Shape land ×1. Shape climate ×1. 1 use. Okay. And then created a misty mountain.
Where have I heard that before?
Is it tall?
I don't know what you're.
Yeah, I heard that song today.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Fired. Get out.
Interesting. So just a
I-
single mountain is what you said.
Just a
You should have
single
said-
mountain.
What is the default? Is the default just like grassy plains across this thing, or is there even any grass?
If we don't fill in an area, I will default it to what I want it to be. I'll fill in the gaps from there.
And obviously, like, I assume, I filled in those 2 squares with mountains. That, like, quarter of a square to the left, I assume you're going to put mountains there.
Oh,
Maybe.
maybe not though.
Right.
Like,
Could be the
yeah,
passage.
If you want to make sure mountains are there, you want to put them there. Like,
Right.
you will want to use your turn to put them there. Otherwise, I will do whatever, and I might fill in the gap. I might not. That's what I do.
I don't know if you always need exactly square things. Like you probably do. Like it's like mountain ranges aren't usually like exactly square
Well, no, I mean,
before they start stuff. Yeah.
he'll
But if
fluff
you're
it
planning
out.
to like expand that into more mountains,
Yep, exactly. That's why I'm not always going to be like filling in a small gap like here. I may not, if I click it there, I might not fill that in because maybe that's just not how it works.
but
Maybe that's a shoreline.
a lot of whatever makes sense to
Yep.
whenever we get.
Yeah, once this is done, who knows?
Yeah, and make sure, Keith, to mark off your points.
Correct.
I can only see 2 of your points so far. Why can't I see more of them?
I have my point entered.
I can't
Yeah.
see other players' points. I don't know if we're supposed to.
I
or
can't
not,
even
but-
see my own points.
Yeah, I can't see yours either. But I can see Keith, and I can see Keith and Chris's.
Oh wait, go into
Oh.
settings.
Green.
Speaking of, don't
If-
forget to move your people over to where you were mucking about.
Wait,
Oh,
is
Jake,
that-
you should have
are
a
we
setting
supposed-
in there that lets you make those things visible to players, and manage and editable by players. There's like in the advanced tab, there's a place where you can tinker with that.
Yeah, and I've done it in other campaigns. I just, for some reason, it's not working here.
Huh.
See, visible to. Very odd. Okay, well, Michael, it is now your turn.
Yeah, well, I've moved my old friend Jaka out over here to now spend 3 points to also shape some land, and why not get on the mountain train? I'm gonna put a big old, oh, that's not where my,
Choo choo.
that is a different, doesn't quite go where you're clicking on it, does it?
Goes to the top left corner of the square you drop it in.
Okay.
snappy.
Well, I'm having trouble here. Am I zoomed in too far, maybe?
I have no idea.
So what I'm trying to do is actually, I want it to go on between those two. So it's basically the end of this peninsula here is mountainy, is my idea.
The edge of it?
Basically the whole, this tip of the
Okay.
peninsula is mountain. How high how do you do, because I'd like it to be a really tall mountain. Is that like, what's the height for
Details are helpful. If you want really tall mountains, that's fine.
I would like that to be an extremely high peak. Maybe even the top of it is oftentimes absconded in the clouds, for example,
Nice.
You
Yeah,
shape land twice or just once?
once. And I've marked off 3 points for that.
Okay. So you right now are bleeding into. I just want to make sure you're bleeding into the other square.
I guess the problem is that the end
Square
of that
isn't where you want it.
peninsula is on 2 squares.
And like
So-
technically, he's still within an inch in that thing, like because he's just overlapping a little bit, so like he's
Probably
only halfway
fine.
through on one side, halfway through on the other side. So
Yeah, that was the idea, that I
however you
moved
want to.
half of one square and half
do
of the
with
other
that.
square.
Can you
Does
do
that
that?
make sense?
Well, I remember in
I mean, we didn't have a grid.
we
Yeah,
didn't
the
have a
thing-
grid before,
Just
so I
yeah,
think
yeah,
I'd be
right.
okay with it probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. So use your best judgment. I will try to use a ruler or something, or I'll bring in a
Well, I mean, it should
square.
be easy enough for us to kind of see how
Yeah.
big a square is.
And a lot of it, like, it comes down to what's like is like, oh, is Michael getting too much power because of this or whatever? Like, it's we're still just building a world of things.
Yeah.
It's like, if it works, if it's a little bit out of the lines, whatever. Is my opinion.
And I mean, the final drawing, I mean, if you just want to take note that my idea is like half of one of those squares and half of the other one is
Yep.
the end of that, the tip of that peninsula is basically what I'm looking at.
Okay. I am going to just bring in one thing real quick. I'm bringing in Tug. So
Is he your
Heck
6
yeah.
squared size?
he's my he's gonna be my thing. I can move to a piece so you can kind of see how he kind of falls in line. Okay.
Name those Tug Mountains.
All right. Created tall mountains. At edge of peninsula. Extends across grid. Okay. All right, and that is the end of round 1.
That was the fastest 500 years I've ever spent.
That's right.
So,
Before we go on, I'm going to screen cap this quick.
I do have a
Nice.
question.
Yeah.
If we want to do anything that falls between, like it's not a full square and it falls between two, do we have flexibility on that, or does it really depend? If everyone's in agreement.
That's
or?
what just happened.
Yeah, that's what just happened. So I will probably rule in that it's okay. But if we have reason to believe that it might be not like bad,
Okay.
we'll talk through it as a group.
Group consensus. I love it.
Moving everything to the map layer. Okay, and I think that's everything. Well done, everyone.
I think you moved our duders to the map layer too, but maybe that was intentional.
I don't think I did I?
Mine's not.
I can't. Oh, now we're good. Now I got my.
Okay.
Oh, it's because I can't. It's
You're in
offset
drawing
a little
mode.
bit. I'm good.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're fine. Now. So that was 500. We're gonna do round 2.
When you
Hooray.
said there was going to be a name of the world at the end of
Yes, we
end
should.
of the age or
End of
the
the
end round?
age?
No, I want to do the end of the round.
Boy.
No, let's do end of the age.
Parvorous.
all right.
Stop it. Stop it, you.
Great.
Sarvaparv.
Raziferp.
Tartarus.
Perverse.
Tartarus.
Is everyone ready? Let's roll for power. Go
Okay.
ahead.
9.
Oh wow, very good rolls.
Nice.
Jeez.
And if you have 5 or less, you get +1, correct?
Yep.
Yep.
Plus all your carryover.
Yep.
And if you're using my sheet, yeah, there's like a special spot for the bonus, or if you just add it to your roll.
Wow. This was a good round
Second
for rolling.
round, 9, 10, 9, 7, 11. Yep, that's much
We got
better.
our practice
Jeez.
round out there.
Yep. This is good. It's okay. You know, like I said, it's my birthday tomorrow, and I've been toying with I might give out a little birthday points surprise during rounds. Like, hey, okay, it's your turn. Add 5 more points to your turn. Things
I'd
like that.
recommend doing that like after we roll.
I don't care what you recommend.
But you can do what you want.
He
You
recommends
can-
you can shove it up your ass.
That's fair. I was just saying like some thinking involved.
Yes. Speaking of thinking, I'm gonna turn on just a little bit more light in my basement and also close the windows. Think about your turn real quick. And let's before I do that, let's do rolls. So go ahead and do your rolling for initiative.
You want D20 this time?
No, let's do d6s.
Okay.
There you go, have to make this
7. Ooh. Well, Keith's
Yeah.
first.
Oh no,
Did you roll 12?
Yeah.
I did.
Wow.
And he rolled he rolled a 10
And
for his
Travis,
points.
We got two
Right.
5s, 2 7s.
Okay. So with duplicates, I'm okay with you
Uh.
discussing who wants to go.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That's how we'll do it. Because then I can
Oh,
move
fuck.
you in the turn order.
7s and 5s. Got it.
Yep. So
Michael.
I'm gonna take this short
Trav,
momentary break. It'll
I'm
only
fine
take me a
if you
minute.
won before me.
Okay.
So I will be just a moment.
Because I was kind of rushed for my decisions last round.
Yeah, that's why I kind of like the rotation idea, because I remember there was a lot of okay, you have to decide immediately this time, but then you get the entire round to decide.
And
next
I'm
time.
trying to do better at deciding beforehand what I want, but
Yeah. Well, and yeah, there's a lot of things. That's why I wanted to make like the actual calculations easier with the sheet and stuff.
it's a very good sheet.
Good sheet right there.
I need 22 points to create a race.
Yeah, I was like, if I roll like 12, 11 or 12 on my like second 2 rolls, I'll make a race right there. Like I'll save it up on that second time and go to another one.
But remember,
hit that
the second age
guaranteed
is all about
early
creating
race.
races.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like I'm pretty sure I tried to do one in the first age last time, but yeah, I'm.
But
just
it's
like,
incredibly
quantity,
expensive to save up for.
It is. Yeah.
What's incredibly expensive? Sorry, what's incredibly
Races in
expensive?
the first
Races in the
Uh,
first age.
I want to wait till Michael gets back, and then I have a comment about that.
Did he step away?
He's not there.
Fool!
There he is. Okay. So I know races are one of the very exciting things about this game, and in the second age, they're much cheaper. Right now, they cost 22 points. They're very expensive. Here's a little tidbit, a little thing you might want to keep in mind. You can create an avatar in the first age for 10 points, and then command your avatar one of the following immortal or many mortal actions, such as leading an army, or it can include commanding a city, creating an order, commanding an order, creating a city, corrupting purify city, or creating a race once. So you can use this action to create a race once, which is basically 12 points instead of 22. It's a cheaper way to bring in a race in the first age.
Will you quit telling them my secrets and my
I know,
plan?
right?
I'm glad you shared that,
He
because
stole
I
it.
was like,
He stole it from me.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't planning to like announce it, but I was like, or I wasn't planning to use it, but I was like, it happens. It happens.
I am willing to announce that one. It is a tidbit that you should all be aware of if you wanted to. But again, the races are only one part of the world. And I think we're going to get some things that happen here that are more exciting in terms of landscape in this first stage.
Yeah. We have a lot of terraforming to do.
Yeah, you have a ton.
Right.
With 3 different landscapes, a ton. And then there's also the climate to change.
Yeah.
And then
Climate change is
you don't-
something we should all be worried about.
I don't have enough points for that.
And at some point, catastrophes will happen, and you'll want to build cities. So you aren't going to want to fill every spot with everything, but you are going to want to make sure you have.
You guys, if
climate
we're going to
ones.
reverse climate change 1 square inch at a time, this is going to take a while.
Look, you guys. Let's all pull together, make one race that takes over the entire world, and then we'll all tell them to change the climate for us.
Yeah, and
So
they'll do it.
a master race.
Yep.
So humans.
No.
Yes.
Bad. No
That
humans.
is a joke.
So here we go. The top of the round. Michael and Chris, did you decide who would go first between the two of you?
I said Michael gets picked.
Did you guys tie as well?
Well,
Yeah, they
Yeah.
died,
Oh, you
They
did.
tied and
which
we
is
tied.
just fine.
You're learning
I'll
to
let you
pick.
decide.
I mean, I have an idea of what I want to do, so I would happily go first. But if you're if you're asking me to pick,
Go first.
Okay.
Okay.
So We're going to start with Keith, though, with a max roll of 12. Jeez.
Right? Yeah, so we're going to mosey on down to, let's see. We're going to jump all the way down here. Because I'm a god, I can do that.
Yes.
Here we go. So, not unlike Camden to jump around everywhere, right? So here we go with going to shape land, or create land, however you wish. With 11, that's 3 points per. I'm going to do 3 squares on the sea here. We're actually going to create a reef.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh.
A reef.
Ah.
I can't wait for his mermaid race. Or Naga. Reef Nagas. Perfect.
Here we go.
There's Camden is going to claim that island to put his beautiful sirens on there to tempt the sailors.
Yes.
I think that's great.
And they're all going to have red hair, Camden's sirens are.
Yep. And they like to climb. They'll climb the sides of ships.
Oh no.
Good. Climb in. I'm on board.
Those aren't sirens, those are Camdens.
And that's all your points, Keith?
It's all but 2.
And
You
you're gonna-
still could do a shape climate if you wanted.
You're gonna pocket those bad boys?
I'm going to pocket it, man.
Nice.
And I want to ask, did everyone count their extra point who'd had below 5
Yes.
last
Yep.
turn?
Yeah. It gets Travis sheet calculates it for you nicely.
Great.
You do still have to type it in, but it'll tell you if you get it or not.
Great.
Oh wait, what?
At the bottom.
At
in
the
that
bottom,
blue
you have to
box.
type the 1 in if you get the bonus. The green
Okay.
square just tells you if you qualify for it.
Gotcha. I see now. Fantastic.
Okay. Next up is Trav.
Actually,
Second again.
Trav, do you know what you're doing? Because if not, I do know what I want to do.
You can go. I
Okay.
could take a few more seconds.
That'll give you some extra time here. So I am going to continue my terraforming in the area of forming that I'm in.
Very well.
And draw freehand. And I'm going to do all of this square with more mountains
Ooh.
and maybe some peaks that fall into the sea. And I'm going to
Sounds
do
great.
Yeah.
half of this square
Oh, yeah.
and half of this square to make a nice mountain range out of it.
Beautiful.
Great.
How many uses did you have?
2.
3?
That's 2.
Two?
Just a top half, a bottom half, and a hole.
Our
Mountains.
first complete mountain range. I love it.
I thought about doing like all of this as mountains, but then I counted
Could've.
how many tiles that would be to make it look nice.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, you know what? This little corner's a real nice place.
That's
Yeah.
fair. Well, yeah, it's got a nice little sectioned off kind of.
I mean,
Maybe you want to
I've got plans for it now, so
maybe you want to ask some of your fellow gods to help out in creation of that, you know?
yeah. Well, I mean, they can
Like-
sure extend the mountain range, but
Yeah.
I like the peninsula.
What are these mountains like? Can I ask?
They're think of what's that super Japanese art style with like the really
Like a
stony
wave.
snow-capped peaks. I'll get to the snow capping part eventually here, don't worry.
Okay.
But like stony, lots of room where there's like winding pathways throughout and
So almost more like spires.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
still mountains, but they are
they're
taller.
traversable. They're you know
Like a Mount Fuji.
kind of, but like
More man.
hold on, I'm gonna see if I can.
Yeah, if you want to take some time and look, I'd
I'll-
totally take the inspiration.
I'll drop a picture here, and then if you can, I don't know, throw it in chat if you want, or however you want to keep track of that. Oh, actually, I found the perfect picture of it. This is exactly what I'm looking at. This kind of mountain, where it's grassy steppes almost.
Are you throwing it into Discord?
Nice.
I put it in Discord because I don't think I can paste pictures into Roll20.
It's kind of like a Badlands type.
Kind of, but like
A little bigger.
shrubland and definitely higher,
Makes me think.
and
Yeah.
rising directly out of the plains.
Nice.
Did anyone tell anyone to watch our stream?
No.
I posted
Okay.
it. I think I
My
got
brother
one-
was watching
one
briefly.
viewer.
Yeah?
Is
That
one
he
of
got
you
bored?
guys Commander Root?
No.
Hi,
What?
Commander Root.
That's
I don't know
you?
who Asaka Dag is.
No, Deg's a friend of mine.
Well, are you tagged as like D&D or something?
I have
like
it
that,
tagged
or-
as D&D and something else.
Okay.
I can't see my tags.
RPG.
Stream often.
You know,
RPG. Yep, there you go.
I'm
Yeah.
technically watching.
Yeah, we have 3 actual viewers, but if you have the sound off, it doesn't count you. So
Okay.
I assume that there's
Okay.
one anonymous person in here as well.
Yeah, it
Okay.
appears that I do have the window open, so I
Yeah.
don't know if I'm anonymous.
Well,
or
if you
not.
have the audio going, you're a viewer. If you don't, you're not.
Oh, yeah, no audio is going.
Okay, so
We're
it doesn't
at
count you.
Trev.
Okay. I'm
And I'm
going
gonna step
to
away
do,
1 second. Right back.
I believe 2. Yeah, that'll put me where I need to be. 2 shaped lands and a shaped climate. We're going to find the drawing button again. We're going to extend the river.
Oops.
It's approximately. We'll roll with it. 'Cause it was gonna go over
Okay,
here.
sorry, you said 2 shaped lands and a shaped climate?
Yep. Because we're gonna. I'm just gonna. Because we're going to have the river continue with the jungle remaining in that area. But then it's going to. There's going to be like a plateau with a lake at the top, like mostly filled with a lake.
Ooh, I like that.
And
Nice.
then it's going to be cold. Not quite frozen though. Maybe it's magically not frozen, but it's like
Cold climate.
cold climate with
Just in that plateau?
Yeah. Yeah, like and at the base a little bit. Yeah, mostly just like in that area, that
Yep.
horizontal area, and then it's still got the jungle around it. But then I'm gonna just start doing a star for a jungle because I decided that's what a jungle tree looks like.
Okay.
Oh gosh, with an extra appendage. Jungles. And that's my 3 points or 3 actions worth of thing.
Okay.
This is why I was like, if we could copy and paste things so I don't have to like draw crappy things all the time. But it's
okay.
all good. It adds to the
It's okay.
flavor. That's character.
It does. It does. All right. Forgot to do that. Next up is Michael.
Okay. Let me move my guy slightly because I'm going to do something right there. So on this turn, I am going to. So let's see here. I've got plenty of points. So I'm going to spend 10 points because Ilm, as it has ever done. I say it because Ilm is a genderless god, and as Ilm has done ever since the dawn of time throughout the cosmos, whenever a new world is created, it sends a manifestation of itself to that new world
Nice.
that sets about beginning the work, Ilm's work, which is collecting information, observing, and seeing what is to be archived in the Eternal Archive, or Ilm's Trove. And so he sets his avatar out, and then his avatar establishes a city. Well, it's not exactly a city. It's called the Mektoba, and the Mektoba is a bizarre locale that occupies something of a liminal location. It's kind of on but between this world and all other Mektobas that are spread throughout the cosmos. And so it kind of serves as a connection point to that archive and to all the other places. It's a really bizarre place, but he's going to establish that here at those mountaintops. And I don't know, probably just with text. Should I do that?
Yeah. Kind of go underneath it and just right there. Okay. So you've created an avatar.
oops.
right?
Yep, create avatar and then using the command avatar action to create a city.
Created city.
So,
That is Mektaba.
mhm.
More like a bazaar that is on a between this world.
I can send you stuff, Jake, if you
Yes,
want.
please. That would be great. When it's off your turn, that would be awesome to have in writing. Interesting. And that's
Not, just to
in the
clarify,
mountains.
it's not a bazaar like a shopping bazaar. It's bizarre, like strange. In fact, most mortals, if they are able to go to these places, they might wander about them and think they could have been, well, the constructions of some mad gods or long lost irrational species of some sort.
Okay. Looking at something real quick. I really like it. Does anyone have any thoughts on it?
Looks cool.
It's interesting because at some point I'm going to make a bazaar. So
That's totally what I thought it was. So,
Yeah.
what you said. Okay.
That's why I wanted to clarify, because I had a feeling as soon as Spencer heard that, he's like, motherfucker.
right? Dick.
Next up, and make sure you're keeping track of your points, everyone.
Oh.
I have not been adding to map layer. I need to do that right now, real quick. Next up is Paris.
Cool. I am going to do another shape climate. Add a little more fog. I want to do it along this little island guy here.
Okay. Times one. One time.
Yep, for that one. Then I want to do a shape land. I want to do this. But I want to basically, where my first fog layer is,
Uh-huh.
I don't know how to do this with my same colors because it's going to make a mess. But I do want to do like basically rise the island up and then have like one mountain point on the top in the center that like just peeks over the fog.
Okay, hold on.
Travis, this is great, this spreadsheet. Thanks for doing this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make the columns a little bit smaller, though.
Jerk.
So I just went through and like made them just expand to whatever size the biggest thing was.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I see the text, yeah.
Don't do anything yet.
Did you put that town of yours on top of that big mountain that you made there?
Yes, and actually that's another, it is at the very top of this mountain, but who knows how far down into the mountain it goes.
Goes inside too.
It blurs the line in space between this world and many others.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was gonna. I thought of it early on when you mentioned something about like the nine hells and stuff like that. But is this basically like connected to the kind of standard D&D planar thing as far as we know? This is on the material plane, and
Yeah, I mean, I haven't thought about
we
it.
can make up our own stuff.
Yeah, it can totally be something but I kind of thought of it as kind of an overlap. It's
Go
in
ahead, Chris.
fact kind of, well, I'm not going to get into it here, but I'll share with Jake some of the other details that I had.
Basically, on this one, I want to do like a raised, like rocky plateaued coast. with a central
Race
point.
Center Island.
I don't know if I can do this right.
Rocky Plateau Coast with high central point.
Yeah, so like there's a high mountain point that just peaks over the fog that surrounds basically that island.
Here, let me see if I can do it for you so that it stands out.
So is it like a plateau and then kind of a mountain point in the middle almost?
Yeah, well, it's a plateau, and and then it's flatter up above. I'm thinking like if you think of like a northern, I think it was like Northern Ireland, like they've got a lot of the rocky coastlines.
Oh,
They're
right.
tall. And then like on there, it's more even though through the fog it'll be like a temperate but like flat, and then there's a big mountain at the top.
Gotcha. And the mountain's the only thing that actually comes above the fog.
Yeah, and with the shaped land, can you make it a forest, or does it have to be? Is that climate?
You can make a forest with shape land.
Okay, yeah. So basically, it'd be like a big, thick forest up to one like central mountain. I mentioned Mount Fuji earlier. That was kind of what came in my mind, where it's like instead of like the snowy peak, it's like just cresting the fog.
Okay.
And then just to finish this off, that island on the north, it's going to need some fog as well.
So you're going to add fog there as well?
Yeah, and that'll be my turn.
Okay. On the other two islands,
Fog.
Race Center Island, Rocky Plateau Coast with high mountain point.
Forested.
Somebody might just have to put something cool there.
Keeps the clouds. Forested Island.
You put something cool there, I kill you.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was like, are you hoping for something, or you got your own plan?
I have my own plans, but if you incite my wrath, I will make sure you have a reason to split.
He will sink the islands into the ground.
Is this a heavily
no,
forested island?
No,
What?
this isn't looking to like sink the islands. This is looking to like add something else cool. But I'll maybe wait until you do your cool thing first.
Is this a heavily forested island or a light forest?
Heavily forested. I want it to be like I don't know, Avantramna style here. Like it's like thick forest. It's really foggy. You can't see very far.
Just a real hassle.
It's a real hassle. That's the point.
Climb.
Heavily forested island. Okay.
7. So I have 4 points left.
You gonna stop there?
I'm yeah, I'm stopping there.
So
That is, yeah,
So what's the red? The red again indicates
a mountain.
the mountain,
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight it a little bit more.
and
So
then
we see it.
The green outline is the foresty thing, and then all the fog is just. It's kind of like Skull Island, fog all around it. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Basically, the 3 islands are heavily fogged. The center one is a high plateau with a thick forest and a mountain, basically a mountain with
Yeah.
with that peaks above the fog. So if you're seeing it from a distance, you can see the mountain peak. But then, like as you get there, it's just all fog shrouded islands.
If it matters to any of you, you can change the width of your cursor.
Yeah, I made mine thin because small writing.
Yep. So that's what I'm doing right now
Okay.
with your
Neat.
fog.
My monstrosity.
It adds a little bit more personality for the fog now that you added more to the islands. And I have the notes of it too, so hopefully I'll be able to keep this in mind. Yep. Okay. That is another round done in the first age. So we are 1,000 years into this world. So little has happened.
It's a long, long time to go still.
Here, I can add the thin fog there.
You want to do it? Okay. Okay. And we are now going to go into the third round. So, why don't we roll power?
Nice.
Where does the rolling start?
A 9.
My 9 was
Oh,
the
you're
first
not. You
roll.
got a 9.
Turn 3,
Nine,
yes.
9, 9, 9.
Nice.
I will remember
Wow,
to
nice.
adjust my power.
Keith, you should have. Did you end with 5 or less?
Yeah, I had 2. Yep.
So you get a +2 this round because it stacks with your
Okay.
+1
Yep.
from last round. It stacks up to a max of 3.
Every
Got it.
time that you, as long as you keep hitting on 5 or fewer points.
Yep,
you-
sequential turns with a
Mhm.
max of a cap of 3 bonus. So
And
Great. Okay.
and don't be afraid to take a round off, you know. Maybe you need to rest and bank those points up to get to something, you know, where you can then spend 50 points, you know, just in one massive go.
Right.
right, if you
Like-
want to do some dramatic sweeping changes,
Bank them. That's could be cool. Okay. So points are added up. Great. Now let's do initiative.
8.
10.
Macro says rolling for power, but it also can mean initiative.
Cool. I'm in the last half. Wait, someone didn't roll.
We know we've got
Michael didn't roll.
Spencer,
is it the
Trav.
It, maybe
My-
I have a bit of delay
My
on
chat
mine.
just hadn't caught up yet.
Okay. Okay. 1,000 years go by in the world creation. Many of you as gods, taking your hand and upon the fertile earth and shaping it how you see fit with grand plans, and the magic of this world that created it. Uncertain if it's an even higher power or if it's the world itself that is reacting to all of you. The magic spreads out and empowers each of you to add another 2d6 this round.
Oof.
Oh.
To our power roll.
Yeah. Yep. So go ahead and roll 2d6 right now.
Keith, nice.
Indeed.
I didn't have much of
Gross.
an idea of what.
Crappy rolling.
I know, right? I rolled a 4.
So it has something to do when you think about it. Something to do maybe with being over here, when there was a reaction to not having anything manifesting, and so the god, yeah. So the god, what's your name? Reese.
Riz. Yeah.
Reese Witherspoon. Yep. Riz.
Riz. Yeah. Like Rizzle. Rizzo, the rat.
Just got a whole bunch. So
Yeah.
extra points. Here we go. Trav.
All right, I can do a double catastrophe this round. I can finally sink those damn islands Chris has been working on.
Well,
Do it. Try me.
I'm thinking of not doing that, but I am thinking of interacting them with since I have these points. I might do the trick for the race thing and stuff. So yeah, that was for one of those. So first thing I'm gonna do was one of the things I was thinking of in this kind of bay area over.
Call me Bay.
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 What's up, Bay? I was gonna make like I don't know. Apparently, I'm also the god of plateaus. I was gonna make like an underwater one in here in this bay here, where it goes like up until like the water, like it doesn't come out of the water, but it goes up
Okay.
until it's like knee deep to a humanoid type of thing, and it's just like a big like I don't know how big the world is, but like a couple mile wide, like just plateau, just in the middle of like like the ocean goes down or whatever, or the sea, but then it just comes up, and then there's just almost an island, but it's not quite because it's just under the water. And I don't know what that's gonna be yet, but it was an idea. But that was for one shape land, um, and then also from these coral reefs that Keith
Yep.
and the god that he controls has made. I was going to have my avatar emerge as its, or at least an avatar of like, I don't know. Like I remember in the last time we did this, it was like describe it and stuff. I was
Yeah.
kind of thinking. I had more to it, but like it was like a mix of like a crab and like a shrimp, and like so it has like big like long crab legs, but then it has kind of
Okay.
more of the curvy body of like a shrimp and thing. And I think there might have been something else mixed in, but I don't remember it right now. So that's all it is for now.
That's what you're creating right now.
I'm
That's
creating an avatar. My avatar.
your avatar is the shrimp crab.
Crab.
That's the okay. I'm making sure you're not calling back to something else.
No,
I wanted to make
yeah,
sure I was
that
following.
is what I am doing now.
Okay.
The last time I was befuddled by it, I thought a little bit
Yep.
about it beforehand this time, but it's, I guess, and then he's going to just skedaddle his way up over to uh, the misty mountain things over here. That's what I was wondering. I was like, there's like these like the avatar is like restricted how much you can do, and it's like, oh, your avatar has to be here. It's like, how much does it take to move? Is like 500 years. It's got time. I feel like it's mostly just the fact that it like restricts like you get one avatar action. And then I don't know if I need to use a shape land, but I was thinking like with the kind of raised plateau areas, or if it's not raised as much, I'll maybe raise it a little bit more, just so there's. I was thinking of like in the thing there, it was gonna like kind of burrow inside of underneath this mountain thing, and that's where the start of where it would like create like this race. This is one of the kind of more experimental ideas of. I think I mentioned this to Jake. Of basically like making. Maybe it's one of the other things. Like basically like kaiju, like where they're not very many of them. Like they're just big monster things.
Okay.
There's very few of them, but they wouldn't last as long. I don't know if this would be. I can't remember if this. I don't think this is actually a thing.
I don't think you mentioned this to me.
Yeah. But I don't know. Yeah. What do you think? Because I was thinking of like there would be like maybe like 6 or 7 like in the world. They wouldn't be the full size of that. There'd be like maybe 30, 40 feet tall or something like that.
Okay.
But they would be like not seen very often. Just like Godzilla's like, oh, he was sleeping, and like so it's just a thing that would like exist in the world, and maybe as like some of the monsters in the manual or something. But then
So are you doing that this turn?
That's what it was. My thought was like the create race with that
With command avatar?
with command avatar thing.
You're creating the kaiju race with command avatar.
That is the plan.
Cool. And they're around the Fog Islands.
They've started in there.
Yep. So
They've
it's
turned into
so are you when you say thought, that's your thought. Are you saying you want to do that but you don't have the points, or are you saying you're just looking for are we okay with this, or does this sound cool?
Yeah.
I think okay, I think an ancient monstrous race, the oldest race in the world of these ancient creatures that just reside under the water, it sounds just fine. I think it's so much of it is going to be just like myth by the time civilizations come around, unless they
Yeah.
populate, unless they grow in number.
Mhm.
I think that's cool.
Yeah, and that was the thing of like, is this cool? And also like similar to like monsters and stuff, they're not like super similar to each other. I feel like they're maybe like a kind of a spirit coalesced into a physical form or something like that. So it's like they're all kind of unique from each other, and and like I said, they generally like if they reproduce, it's usually like okay, there's one, and now I made a baby, and I'm probably gonna die in a few hundred
So,
years.
are you saying like the magic itself coalesced into creating these creatures?
A magic or a spirit. Like it's not like so that's why they're like a race, but they're all kind of different, kind of
Do
thing.
you have a name for your avatar, and do you have a name for your race?
The race, I was like hadn't thought of a name, so I was like, I'll just call them Kaiju, or maybe add another letter on there somewhere. The avatar, I'll come up with a random word.
You can just message in the chat if you want.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. I'll let you know.
Okay.
Kind of thing.
That was a big turn. Is that it?
Yeah. Well, to make like the holes underneath the thing, would that probably be a shape Earth kind of thing? To make the basically like an interconnect. More than one of like just
Vast
tunnels
cave
underneath
networks.
the mountain thing. A big turn.
Basically,
So,
wouldn't it just be like create land or no?
Yeah, I'd say shape land.
Yep. Okay. So it would take. I wouldn't.
If you were raising it higher and then making big cavernous spaces underneath.
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. I suppose I could go under the water too. But yeah, I just like I didn't know how high you raised it, and then there's the mountain and stuff. But yeah, they're just kind of lurking under there in the fog.
I mean, they wouldn't have to be underwater caverns. Like if it was raised higher, it could be.
Because there would probably be some underwater, some over water.
Okay.
And that's the origin of them at least.
I love this.
It's great.
One power left over.
Nice, Travis.
That was a big turn.
Yeah. Gave us the extra points for
You're welcome. Yeah.
Thank you.
It may happen again someday.
Yes.
Just don't know. Keith.
Right. So I move Riz over here, and Riz is gonna kind of crack his knuckles a little bit because that's what you do in tactical god creation. So he's gonna spend 20 points on this kind of magical forest thing. However, instead of trees, it's actually going to be these large sponge-like rocks that come out of the ground, and they have all sorts of weird-ass combinations, but generally they kind of stick up out of the ground like so. They're going to take up this area of space in here. Now, if I can add this ability to these rock tree things that actually glow with against the sun, whenever you take a bite out of a scoop of this rock, and you can cut them down, you can make tools to sponge whatever you can out of them, but whenever you eat them, you gain some kind of magical ability for a short period of time. These rocks do take a while to grow back, though. This is an important thing. It takes them about, I'd say, about 3 years for one rock to grow back. That's about 4 squares worth.
3 years, 4.
What is this rock called, Keith? Did you have a name yet?
This one is going to be called I'll have to think about. But actually, do you guys want to name it?
I think you should name it, but
Don't call it Bob.
So I want to ask real quick. So you had 20 points.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
You used 12 of them?
Oh. I have 25 points, but I used, yeah, you're right, I did use 12 of them.
I want to
So
make sure.
I can keep, Yeah.
You can keep going, but
I
I will
will.
ask some questions
Yeah,
real quick first.
Sure, go ahead.
We'll need a name for the trees, and as things happen, names for like what this forest is, names for Spencer, your mountain range that you're created. Those things would be really nice to have. The further we go, so be thinking about all these things. These are how you really impact the world by naming them. But I also yeah.
This place is called the Forest of Potential.
Potential. Okay. So that was shape land times 4.
Correct.
And then when you eat the trees, you gain a magical ability. That leaves an opportunity for people all around the world to possibly want when they become a thing, to want to venture this way. Which maybe they make a grand um, maybe it's a grand purpose of theirs to go here. Maybe it's a trial to journey to this continent to get to the forest of potential, and then get your magical ability, which completely changes you. The thing that I need to say is that it might, for that ability, I might want it to cost
Sure.
points for you to give these things that ability, such as, let me look here real quick.
I got 25 points. I can pay up.
You have the points. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. Maybe an event.
Yeah, that could work.
I mean, an
Shape
event is a gold mine, maybe found as an event, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is big. Like this is something that changes civilization, I think.
Mm-hmm.
If you have if trees that can change, that can give you magical abilities,
Perfect.
and it could possibly go into the negative there. There could be repercussions of this that are currently unknown and won't be known until mass civilizations fight for this area or they use it and the forest can't grow back in time, so it starts to mutate. There's possibility here over all these ages, but right now, if you want to give it that ability, it's going to cost 10 points with an event.
Done.
You doing it?
Yep.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
Ye god of consequence.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Event times 1. And then when you eat the trees, you gain a magical ability. Okay. Force of potential. Do you have a name for the trees?
Spiroforms.
Spire forms.
I'll write it. I'll put it in here.
Thank you.
Spiroforms.
Spyro.
The dragon?
Dragon. Great. Well, that's exciting. Okay, we have kaiju like creatures, and now we have these magical trees. It just shows like some of the different things you can do, which is very exciting. This is how we change the world to be different than anything else. Very creative. I like it.
Yes. I'm having fun listening to people's ideas come out.
Mm-hmm. Spencer, you're up.
Europe. No, this is a new continent.
I do want to take a short break after this round to go grab some food. So I'll do that real quick after this round.
Okay.
Go ahead, Spencer.
I'm working on it. Right. So I guess I'm going to start with some climate work, which is how many? 2, right? Okay.
2.
So 4, 6, 7. So all of that and this That's a dumb place to put that. How about there? There we go. So that's 8 squares. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes. This is...
You have another square there? Oh, I see, because you were doing half squares there?
Yep. Also, some of my
Okay.
mountains disappeared. I don't know where they went. That's fine.
They did?
No, they didn't. Never mind. Math is hard.
Okay. So 8 squares.
so I'm
Shape
doing-
climate times 8.
8 climate shapes.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, I had 20 points to use, so...
Yeah, so that's good.
That's going to be... cool. It's going to be... Any of the higher elevation points are going to be snowy, but not like permafrost, but probably like 8 months out of the year snowy. The low-lying plains are going to be extremely mild year-round temperatures. They get that warmth off the ocean, like Northern California. It's cool.
Nice.
Doesn't get
Okay.
cold. Year-round growing zone. Very, just really mild and rainy.
Mild and rainy.
And then the hills are snowy as you get up into elevation there.
Snowy peaks. Not too cold. Okay.
And that
Okay.
and that is that's all I'm going to spend.
I need to make sure I move some of these to the map layer so that no one messes with it.
Intentionally or otherwise.
I think that's everything. Okay. Great. Chris.
I will create my
The avatar.
Veritas, Will of Rosari.
Nice. I could.
Hold on real quick as I write down Trabs. Okay. And then let's call the kaiju race ancient monstrous race of kaijukin. And you understand that this race of kaijukin, the kaijaka, will not be playable.
Yes,
Man,
that was understood.
I wanted to play as a 40-foot tall lizard.
Yes. Okay.
I am so happy about what Travis did there. I just
Yeah.
That's what I was like. You're kind of defending it, but it's like I kind of really want to turn this island into Monster Island.
This is
Where?
perfect. I love it.
So, Chris, you're creating an avatar. Where are you placing this avatar?
On the mountain peak.
Continent right. Create avatar. ×1. On the foggy island mountain peak.
Yep.
The avatar. Speaking of, Avatar: The Last Airbender is first 3 seasons are now on Netflix.
Woo!
The avatar Aritis,
Yep.
Will of Rasurai.
Yeah, that's more of the subtitle name. But...
Yep. Artemis, the Will of Rasurai, is born.
And I'm going to then give a command avatar to create a city on the peak, similar to what Michael previous did, but not because of what Michael previous did.
Okay.
And this city's name will be posted.
Frightening.
Called D.
It's called what?
Quenti.
D. Equency. Create the city. Can you tell us about the city?
The city is a city of beautiful marble of excellent radiance. It is of the gods itself.
Of the gods or of the god Rasurai?
Of the gods, provided by the god Rasurai. And there will be an open invitation that's sent out to the other gods to join Rasserai in a game at some point in the foreseeable future, where we will gather at this beautiful city and oversee the games.
I like it. Clash of the Titan style.
But not a formal clash.
No. Okay. I think that's great.
Okay,
Chris getting a little meta in here.
I am.
I like
Look, I am the god of war. I have already planned out when we're fighting.
Oh, nice.
In his mountaintop, he plans.
Yes. Well, we play our game of chess upon the mountain.
Well, we'll see what happens there.
I don't know. So I think that was. Oh, I lost my page. Because Command Avatar was 2 points on top of the 10 I already spent.
Oh shoot! I think I just messed up.
Get. Question.
Yeah.
For the group. So the plus bonuses that you get, do you only retain them if you keep below 5, or if next round do I still get my +2?
Nope. You drop back to 1.
You lose the bonus. You get
Yeah.
none if you're over 5.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
see.
All right, perfect.
So it's free money, but if you want to bank,
For money. All right. I'm going to then do another. Let's see. Let's do something elsewhere. Let's do something a little more random. Fog's overrated. Let's make it swamp. I've got 7.
Zekek, you can return to this world.
I'm going to create a swamp.
How dare you?
The swamp.
Okay. You're going to create a swamp. Where is this at?
I will create the swamp here.
That doesn't help me. Oh, there. Okay.
Sorry. There we go.
Upper center. Shape land times 2.
Yeah. 2. So that would be shape land. That would be 6 points. Drop me down.
Okay. Is that your turn?
Yes.
Great. Ooh, this round got big. All right. Last turn in the round, and then we're going to take a short break. Michael.
Okay. Well, I was going to do 3 things, but I think I'm only going to do 2.
Okay.
The first thing that I'm going to do is spend, as the follow-up to the establishing of the Mektaba, my avatar is going to establish the one race that he can do in this game. So that costs 2 points for me to command avatar to use an immortal action to create a race. And this race is kind of like a pseudo-mortal species, a proto-species. It's called the Ulama, or also are known as the Archivists. I'll write it in here.
Yes, please.
The Ulama.
Nice.
And these species, basically this race or species is it is committed to doing, guarding, preserving, indexing, cataloging all of Ilm's work. And so they basically are 4 tasks that they're set to: observing, part of the job of observing all things in this world, collecting those observations into a record that is then eternally cataloged and indexed in the Eternal Archive, and then they collate and cross-reference that record with other Mektabas.
Mm-hmm.
And they're also charged with guarding, preserving, and protecting the integrity of this base of knowledge. And so that's the first thing he's going to do is establish this species on this world.
What are they like?
Well, so a couple things. I'm still kind of thinking through like what their features are. As far as I'm kind of going to base them on the Gith, except I'm thinking of this as the non-playable version, and then maybe I or someone will make subspecies out of them that would be like the varieties of Gith or something. But I think that's as far as the just using that as the stats and drawing on some of the lore. Probably not exactly, but I
Okay.
imagine they would look quite different. I think that Ilm uses whatever local material substance is available to create these. They're not exactly constructs and they're not exactly mechanical, but in some ways, I guess you could kind of think of them as like biomechanical organic things that will serve as, like, as I say, kind of like the proto species that may evolve into something less bound to the original purpose. Is that making sense?
Yeah. Yep. We'll want something more, I think, concrete
As
in
far
time.
as far as like mean like how it maps onto playable the races in the game in D&D.
Or just like
Not,
appearance.
yeah, just appearance, their form. I think some things like that don't work about it right now.
I can tell you for sure they're bipedal, and they look humanoid, but as far as their heads are concerned, none of them have mouths, but they might have many eyes, multiple appendages maybe. Their purpose is not to speak or interact, but to observe and collect, basically.
Okay.
So their features would kind of correspond to their duty in that regard.
Okay.
And then on the second thing I would do is use 10 points to have an event, which is basically setting them about on that work. And so some of them will reside in the Mektaba. Many of them will go out into the world, spreading out to observe and collect. Others will be committed to protecting the integrity of the archive, all the different roles that I described before. The event would be to kind of put them to that purpose and send them out into the world.
You said they don't speak, right?
Correct. The proto species doesn't, but that doesn't mean that any subspecies or whatever
Makes sense.
as they evolve away from that initial purpose, perhaps, or whatever. So those are the two things I'm going to do. That's 12 points, which I'm going to track right now.
Okay. That it?
Yep.
Okay. Before we take this break, let's get the next round of points figured out so you can start planning, and let's get the turn order figured out. So let's do power roll first.
Power rolling.
Oh, that's better.
It's 3 now.
This is turn 4, right?
No.
This is round 4, turn.
Rough.
We just finished turn 15.
That's rough, Michael.
But really, turn 4. Yeah.
Oh, that's me?
Yeah.
I thought mine was because I hit the button and I thought, I thought I got Chris's.
It was delayed. Yeah, I thought I got Chris's as well.
That's okay. I've got 3
Mine-
bonus points, and
Yeah.
now I'm through my main. These were the big things that I wanted to do, and now I'm just now I'm going to riff.
Just
So
gravy from here.
Good. I like it. I like what happened last time. So it looks like we're going to be maybe banking a little bit. I don't know. Maybe Chris has something up his sleeve with 8 of them. But now can we get the initiative roll quick? And then I'll plug it in. You can start thinking.
5 again.
You got 5 again? Was that you, Spencer? Okay.
Yeah, 5 both for my points and my
Michael
initiative.
has 8. Trav, what do you have?
5.
Points.
5.
I got a 5 for initiative.
Keith has 9.
9.
Spencer got 5. And Chris, you got 6.
Trav and I will figure our shit out.
Yes, figure out who wants to go first there. Short break as I go grab some food.
Sounds
Wow, these initiative rolls are laughable. Well, I guess we're rolling 2d6. Never mind.
Yeah, we're not. You can't get much higher than
Yeah.
9 is pretty high.
All right, I'll be right back too. I'm gonna get a beverage. Are you pausing the stream or something? Can you do
I'm
that?
streaming. Spencer stepped away. I don't know. We can stream dead air for the nobody that's there. Maybe there's somebody that's there.
I was thinking more for the recording.
The
purpose.
recording. Oh yeah. It's nice to just have one solid length. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's nice. Just me. I am pulling up the stream to look at it. Record this for something. Yeah, no, I'm not muted. Haha. Alright, I'm gonna go back to as soon as I find the mute button again. Yeah. You're all mine.
Are there be people here? Nope. Oh, Travis, you tricked me.
There's no one here. It's an illusion.
This is cool, isn't it? You guys happy with how things are unfolding?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking good.
I like
So
like those
I
first
wanna-
2 turns. Yeah. Then we took
I would-
off.
Can I get some refreshers on? I'm not sure I caught all the details with like. So Keith, your forest is actually stone trees or stone-like trees. Did I
Yeah,
understand?
right. Yeah, it's kind of stone-like growths, tree-ish. They'll kind of have some weird shapes coming out the ground, but for the most part, they're kind of smoother-looking stones coming out.
They're
Okay,
in
yeah.
the record. They have
What's
they
that?
get to the archive.
Oh, to log into the archive.
Yes.
Well, did you say they were kind of like sponges too, or was that just kind of the overall
Yeah.
shape of them being kind of random, or do they have the little
Sure.
holes in them like that and stuff?
Yep, they got little holes in them too.
Nice. Yeah, that's what I was like digging that.
And I got a little bit mixed up, Travis, with is your species, did it appear over by the islands that Chris
Yeah.
was messing with, or did
I
it appear over here?
So yeah, well that turn, yeah, I was kind of all over the place in a physical sense, because I wanted to, like, I like the coral that Keith made over here, so I had it like kind of emerge from the coral, but also I think I made the plateau underwater thing over there at the same time, and then I wanted to make the race on the foggy island.
Got it.
So yeah, then he skedaddled over there.
Skedaddle. Spencer's back. Now just wait on Chris.
Splish splash.
Always waiting on Chris. So wow, we're on turn 5. We're moving along nicely.
We're on turn 4.
Oh, my bad. Yeah,
Round 4, turn 16.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're doing.
Uh-huh.
All right. What am I going to do?
Figured I need to eat at some point.
It's usually good. Good to do that.
Never enough time. Okay. How we feeling?
Good.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
feel like I probably shouldn't have more of the mead, but also I kind of want to.
Go ahead. Why not?
You're
I
an
have
adult.
like half the bottle, and but
What are
yeah,
you waiting
I
for?
could, like, wait for it to. I don't know. 'Cause I definitely feel it.
Are you worried about having to drive home?
No, no, I'm not.
Why would you laugh about that? Don't drink and drive. It's
I'm
not funny.
going to, but
It's not funny. Don't drink and drive.
Well, I was just laughing at the fact that I was kind of worried. Like, I was potentially going to save the other half for when we did like next session of this. But then also it's like it's best within 24 hours. You can maybe save it like for like a week and a half. It'd be best to be before that and stuff. So it's like I don't like finishing the whole bottle. Wow.
That's
I am
finish
very,
my bottle.
yeah. So I am very glad that we upped the square size. Thank you all for the recommendation.
Yeah.
I just
to
don't.
have an impact.
Yeah, I just don't know how. Didn't have a good sense of it because I knew it was a big world,
I mean,
but
the
how
other
fast will
option
it truly go?
would be giving us extra points, but they must be used for terraforming.
Yeah. Okay, well, no sign of Chris. He's not for a little while. So I think what we'll do is get going.
I made
Unless
a minute.
anyone.
I'll be
Hey,
back.
you're there.
I made a
I'll be
mess.
back.
I have to go fix it.
Okay. Okay. Keith, why don't you
That's
begin?
me. So I'm not sure whether to call this an event or a catastrophe. But I'm going to be spending 10 points.
Where? Okay.
Riz is going to be right over here next to the Mektaba. And he says, you know what? Not all knowledge should be contained in such a small place. And so it gives a wave of his hand, and one secret floats out of the Mektaba into the world. And that's gasp. That secret is related to how to manipulate the laws of magic to your own end.
Ooh, nice.
And so, like, you let it out. Did you also make it so that it doesn't exist in their archives anymore?
Oh no, it's still there.
Oh, so it's
It's-
you pirated it, basically. Like,
Basically, information should be free.
okay, fair enough. Gotcha.
So say that one more time. This is one secret about the Mektaba escapes out into the world,
Right.
and it is
How to manipulate the laws of magic for your own ends.
And if I can pipe in too, you
Sure.
asked catastrophe or event. My thinking, and I mean it's your. I'm not telling you how to do your move, but I would
Yeah.
think of it more of an event as far as the way I'm thinking about. It's not necessarily catastrophic that this gets out
Hmm.
because Ilm and his work is completely neutral to usage of knowledge. It's just his work is to collect it.
Sounds good.
okay.
Make that
Good.
an event.
Just seeded that knowledge.
Yeah.
Or just written on some rocks or something, and in the minds of the few creatures that are here so far. Or yeah, I guess it could
Oh,
just
God.
be like,
He
oh, it's
taught the
the hidden
kaiju the
scroll
magic.
of magic manipulation.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Is that all your turn?
It is.
Oh shit.
You didn't have as many points this turn, so
Not as many.
Michael.
Okay. Well, let me start with the one thing that I know for sure. So I'm going to zoom in. I'm just going to, the one thing I'm going to do for sure was pretty straightforward. I'm just going to add to these mountains a little bit. I think, can't pick my guy. I think it's just going to be basically an extension of these mountains in to fill up the next square. But now the mountains that I'm about to draw are not anywhere near as tall, but they're, you could think of, I'm going to draw them first and then I'll tell you what I'm, dang it, I did it again. Um,
How many shape lands are you doing here? Time just one?
just one.
Okay.
Because it's basically going to be to just finish off this square basically with mountain. But think of it as like moving, like they're lower over here and then getting higher. Um, yeah, like a mini range.
Okay.
So that plateau or that peninsula is basically all mountain. So that's 3 points, and I don't have a whole lot this time. We got 9 left. I think I don't want to do that yet. I want that to wait a little bit. What is? Let me read the. We've got the monstrous species over here, right? Over here. Is that the only other species on the planet right now? Is the monstrous one?
Yep.
Okay.
Only other, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to shape the world some more because we need. That's what I should be focusing on here. So let's see. What do we need? I think what this world needs on the other side of the forest of potential and by other, I mean on the west side. I'm going to use another shaped land action to start. You know what? I'm going to do it twice. Shaped land two more times, so that's a total of 3. And we are going to be drawing in some desert. I don't know what deserts look like in here, but I guess I get to
Use
make it
some like pockmarks.
pockmarks.
Just dot it. Yeah.
Or you can do like Chris did of just like draw a circle and then write swamp or desert in the middle.
Could do that too, I suppose.
I just did a big square for my weather.
What was the weather you put there?
Mild climate.
Mild
Temperate.
Okay, so it's
with
mountains,
snowy
but
hills.
it's like nice.
Yeah. It's a nice place to live or visit.
You know what? I'm going to do.
It's like the southern part of Alaska for the top, for the snowy parts, maybe.
Yeah.
Kind of.
I really don't like the way. It's not very exact, is it? Draw a shape. Okay. Well, okay, that's
Yeah,
going to be good.
and you can do like circles, I believe. But yeah, we're mostly doing the other grids. But like, if you hold Shift or I think Alt when you're doing a square, it'll make a circle, and it's like it doesn't tell you that very easily.
But there. So 2 squares of desert on the other side of the forest of potential.
Kind of like that. It's a little dangerous to get there.
And I'm done. That will be my turn. Oh wait, I want to make sure that I've got my bonus still going. I do.
Yeah. Keep that bonus up. Okay. Now it is Ray. Chris. No, I was gonna say Ray. Chris.
I'm back, baby.
There you are. Good to see you. Why don't you go ahead?
Let's see. I haven't planned out much because I was preoccupied with the mess.
Shame.
Let's see. We're gonna do something.
Oh,
It's gonna be great, by the way. I got 12 points at my disposal.
Gonna bank him.
No,
That's gonna be great.
you think it would be, but it wouldn't. All right, so I've got 12 points. I'm going to command my avatar to create a race people.
an actual race? Because so far no one's made an actual race.
No one's made an actual race yet?
Well, in terms of
Player race.
Not a
I mean,
playable race. Sorry.
I guess for all intents and purposes, I have the Gith. They can't be played until you have sub races. Is kind of how I understood it. Is that incorrect?
Oh, we'll add sub races at some point. It's bound to happen. I mean, I just want to know your intention. Like, what are your intentions with my daughter? You know, like, do you want to, do you want to have it playable or not? The Kaijuka. I gotta look at it. Yeah. They're 40 feet tall. Of course, they're not playable. There's also only 7 of them out there. Only very few not playable. Your race, they certainly can be.
Yeah,
So
like
here's
they can't talk.
I,
but they could.
I might have been misunderstanding how it works. I guess my understanding was that you had to create a sub race to make it playable because of that's the way races are broken down in the D&D,
No.
where you have the core race elf, but then you have to pick a sub
I mean, not
race.
everything has a sub race. Like the Aarakocra are just Aarakocra.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, you don't
then
need one.
basically these I would skin the Gith,
Okay.
and then I was planning on creating subspecies for the Githzari primarily are the ones in the Gith Yankee too, but
Yep.
that's so yes, mine would be playable, I guess. Is I was wrong in saying they were.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Chris.
So I'm gonna create a race of. I'm not gonna be super original here. I'm sorry. But a race of elf-like creatures. I don't have a lot of descriptions. Anyways, we'll do that here. Yes.
Do that where?
I'm gonna have them. I guess they would start out here
Okay. So like on the continent, not on the island.
on the continent. So my avatar would go down, and they would come from the fog from the mountain itself, and that would be their origin, and they would start there. And because can you only do one command avatar per round?
One of the following immortal and many actions in a turn when commanded. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's like the restriction for the fact that it's like cheap to do some.
And he can only
Yeah.
do one race ever.
Yeah, the avatar can only create one race.
Yep.
But it would basically be like tall, lanky elves.
Tall, lanky elves.
Yeah.
Are there any other, I guess, different features you might add for them that against your normal elves?
I mean, these would be, so
Fangs, black eyes.
they would be they would be more like athletically built, not necessarily slender, and they would have an affinity of like rune magic.
Okay.
While your standard elves are very like foresty in nature, these are going to be more technologically and magically oriented.
At least by the time we're done.
And do you have a name for them?
I would have if I had been prepping more, but
Just call them elf or a type of elf or something.
it's not. Yeah.
Tall elves.
I broke a bottle of tea all over my floor, so I've been.
Oh, yikes.
I was very concerned about, like, after I opened my bottle of meat, I was like, where do I set this to not drop it because I have a mess.
They'll be called the Diende.
Spell that out for me, please. You're
That's
muted,
one of
Keith.
No.
D&D.
Yeah, well, you're blinded, Jake.
Yeah,
D&D.
I'm eating. I don't want to eat on like
Which,
camera.
Oh, that's right.
You don't want us to have a recording of you eating.
Actually,
Tell me what you describe it.
use the second spelling.
Use the second spell.
D&D.
Yende.
I like it.
Would everyone that has an avatar please send me your avatar name again, real quick?
Well, mine would simply be an avatar of Ilm.
James Cameron.
Sounds like Zosta Toast.
Oh, okay.
Zosta Rust. Make sure that
I just want to write these down in another spot.
I'm gonna send him here since I guess that actually goes to the stream.
Yeah.
Man, D20 roll 20 is slow. I suppose it is Friday night in pandemic
Yeah.
times, so.
Okay.
I'm an
Thank you.
old-
Good check. Okay.
Um,
I need.
Oh yeah, one of the other like potential like helpful sheets that I was thinking of was if you wanted to like add extra info for like races and things like that. Basically like it would be a thing of like maybe fill in one of like a gimmick or like a personality or like random stuff like that. This is one of the things I was thinking about of like how to like give them a little bit of flavor without having to do a huge backstory.
In my
Okay.
last one, I'm going to command. Where is it? Race.
Command race.
Wake him up and command him.
Wake
For-
me up.
with my 8 point. It'll be 8 points, and I want them to build a city here.
Ow.
Will you put a dot there?
Yes. If I
You
can
know, if
actually
I
hit
opened the
the right
stream
tool.
and I think I saw your ping there instead of where when it actually happened. On the coast. Coast with the most. Oh yeah, Spencer, who wants to go first? I've got an idea of what I need to do if you're thinking still.
Look, as long as what you're doing isn't in my area, I'm fine. You can go first.
As long as it's not in this area.
Nope, I don't care about over there.
Okay, that's good.
Okay. Do you have a city name?
Yes.
Good for you. Step ahead of me several times.
Oh, that should be an I. Ela Fortis.
I think it is. The I's and the L's are difficult to distinguish in
Yep.
the font here.
Okay. Keeping it going. Trying to log all this in the right way.
Yeah.
In the best way. Okay. And this is Ela Ortiz. Okay. And you can think about what that city is like over time.
Yep.
Sure. When you can. Next up. Is it Trav?
I think so.
I think so.
Mine's pretty simple. And
Trav, go ahead.
so I was gonna make like a big forest over on this guy. I want to make 2 shaped lands worth, but I wanted to make it more of a circle instead of like a rectangle. So this would be 1. So could I just like basically go a little bit out like that or something of a circular forest?
Sure. I'd be okay with that.
I'm just gonna label it instead of drawing things. But yeah, and it's not just any forest; it's like super tall trees. Like I don't know if you guys like read Animorphs, and there was the
Sure.
Horror Chronicles was like that planet. They were like super tall trees where there's basically like an ecosystem as much vertical as it is horizontal, or more so even. So it's like super trees,
Oh yeah.
real tall and like a good 20 feet around, and like so like 100, 200 feet high, 500 feet high. I don't know exactly what they're.
There are
but
big
yeah,
discrepancies
basically, like,
between 100, 200, and 500 feet.
there is a big difference. Because yeah, basically enough so that you like can hardly see. So yeah, probably let's just go with around 300 feet
Okay.
tall trees.
Some big trees.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the peak-ish. Like there'll probably be some that are a little bit higher, but
Yeah. Okay. Anything else you do on your turn?
no, because I only got I didn't have many points, so that was most of my points.
Sounds good.
2 of those.
What's this over here?
Swamp.
Oh,
That's what I was also
Sure.
gonna ask. What
Woodland.
did Keith? What did you add in purple up on the top?
That's a mountain.
Continent?
That's
That
a
mountain?
single
Misty
mountain.
Mountain.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
Misty
Just
Mountain.
one.
Gotcha.
Do you have a name for the forest?
Long Forest.
I'll fart one out real quick. The Bar
Finugan.
Jaka Forest.
Did you say var or bar?
Far FAR. Maybe
R.
throw an extra R. JAKA is what I
Okay.
have come up with in the last 15 seconds.
Amazing.
Fur.
Oh, sweet. I was just about to label things, and then
Ka?
Thetal.
And then I'm going to add a little note here. At least I want to. What is this? Ila Ortiz. Next up is Spencer.
Behold, from the mountains, Hohiki comes.
Kohiki!
Hohiki,
Kohiki!
the avatar,
Houtini.
the avatar of whatever my god's name was. I don't remember.
Great avatar.
I don't remember where I wrote it down.
wait.
I have it on
Aeolus.
another tab.
There it is.
Is it a triangle? Is it that picture you posted?
Yes, it is a glowing triangle pyramid of pure light.
Is it upside down like
Yes, it's upside down
that one? Nice.
because it'd be too normal to be right side up.
Yeah.
Upside
From the
down.
mountains comes an upside down mountain.
Yes, exactly.
Good.
Okay.
Well, yes, but actually no.
Dang it. This snapping thing is pissing me off.
You can choose not to snap to grid somewhere.
It's not working though.
Oh wait, is it in settings?
No, not ruler.
'Cause, yeah, you can change it on the ruler, but not necessarily on the drawing.
Okay. A pure light
A pure light. Yep.
comes down from the mountains.
Yep.
What's that? Do you have a name for that mountain range?
No, not yet. We're working on it.
Okay.
I'll come up with one.
Okay.
The mild snowy mountains.
Yep.
And then I'm just gonna act like this is a command avatar, although I think it's the same. Yeah, it's the same points. Can I command the avatar to do a shape climate, basically, for the sake of flavor?
Sure.
Actually, I think the it says
Shape
in
climbers?
there that command avatar can do on their turn they can do one immortal action, which is a list, but then it says or many mortal actions.
Oh.
Well,
Which
he could like punch people.
Here's what I want.
I guess that's not a
I want him to create great fields of grain.
Of grain.
Mountains?
Of grain.
Are you gonna
Great.
have mountains of grain or
Like,
Where you place them?
in this area.
within the mountain?
Like within the
Concealed.
mountain region. That's about a square's worth of
Yeah.
drawing
Okay.
bullshit lines.
That's
Uh-huh.
grain.
That's grain.
It looks like grain. Great grain.
Grained.
Thanks.
On the southern
Make it grain.
on the southern side of the mountains.
Grain.
Grace.
Okay.
His people
that's
are
fine.
coming, and he must be prepared. And thus endeth mine turn.
So the Hohiki or Hohiki
Hohiki.
is the upside down pyramid of light, you said?
Yes.
Cool. And that's what the square is?
No, that's part of the mild, snowy mountain area.
Ah, okay.
Climate. I like how some of you are jumping around to areas, some of you are choosing to stay put, and some of you, like
I'll
all about
leave
what
this
you want out of
area
it.
eventually.
All right, and that is the end of round 4. Oops, that's not what I want to do. Let's get ready for round 5 here.
Get out of my swamp.
First off,
Drain the swamp. Drain the
power,
swamp.
power rolls, everyone.
Oh my
For
god.
a second, I thought you said how I roll. Oh, did you roll?
They've
Oh,
been
man.
Rolled
they've
poorly.
been better.
Oh gosh, I've tied you in.
I've had a
I had
couple.
a 4 last time, and you had a 2, and now I got it. Or no, wait, I'm still 1 above what you had just gotten. Oof.
Okay.
What did I roll? 3. Whopping 3.
Means you get 6 points or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got that.
Or you can just hold on to them. I know you're banking points. I mean, you use them to then get your regular, churn. So, okay. You've all got your points figured out. Now let's do the initiative.
Alright. Oh boy. I guess I don't have many points to figure out.
Aw, why couldn't I have rolled that for points?
Me too. Oh my god. 5. I'm just getting those rolls. Those rolls.
5. Chris is 8. Keith is 7. Okay. I think I got everyone. Okay. Spencer, you're going to go first, but at the beginning of this round, the earth shakes, something comes forth. And I'm going to back this just a little bigger.
Reminds me of the thing I was going to do, and almost makes me wonder if you were just about to do what I just.
In the dot, a thunderous roar hits that space on the land bridge, and a single creature touches it down. That space is rather uninhabitable. You can go through it, but it is dead. If there was anything growing there, land, anything, it is just dying off, and it's just pure
Desolate wasteland.
Blight.
desolate. Yep. Yeah.
Nice.
And something emerged from there and begins to wander the earth.
Hello, something. Nice to meet you. It is in the archive. The event has been documented.
Unfortunately, it's like Sasquatch, and it's hard to get a picture of, so you're having a hard time getting your info.
Oops. Hold on. I need to do this. Where to go?
Has anyone rolled a 2 or a 12 yet?
Me, I had the 2.
You rolled a 2?
Two followed by a 3, and I just got 2 3s.
Yep.
Or no, I got a 4 and then a 3. I think. 4 and a 3.
Okay. And I want to let you all know that an avatar was just created. but it is not doing anything more aside from coming onto the Earth, onto this world. So it is currently unknown beyond that. But you gods will have known something touched down that is outside of your control. Maybe you all converse with one another, and no one knows anything.
We don't know its
Um,
name.
no, you don't know its name yet.
But we
Don't
know
even know what
something-
it. What?
We know something happened.
You know something happened, and you've seen by flying over that area. You've seen the blight, but you haven't been able to see what it is. And you do know you could heal that blight. You have the power to heal that. Okay. So if you wanted to shape climate, do anything like that, you can certainly do so. Okay. That is not something that I did that is permanent and untouchable. So,
Good to know.
next up is Spencer.
Sure is.
Round 5.
A name.
Oh, good.
Wait.
Thank you.
Oh, that was yours.
That's not what I wanted. What turn was that on?
I think it was
Desert
on
Virtues. There,
3.
got it.
I think it was on 3.
It was actually turn 4.
Was it?
Just last turn, yeah. Last round. Round 4.
Wow. Yeah,
All the
feels like so long ago.
desert.
It was 500 years ago.
Yeah, it seems like 500 years ago, doesn't it?
Boom, boom.
Want you in my room.
Wow.
Wow,
You familiar with that song?
I am. It's just
No.
it's a throwback.
I don't think I listened to it today, but I think I thought about it.
I honestly don't know if I've ever listened to it. All right. So we're gonna make some more foresty bits. How many squares would this peninsula area here, like down to here-ish, be? You can't see me, but I'm mousing a circle like up to there.
No, I see it. Oh, right there? Okay. 1. Let's say that's
Tugometer?
1.
Using the tugometer.
So the tip plus that a little bit.
Yeah, like here down to there.
Okay, so that one, the one next to it, and the one below it, that'd be 1 square.
This is 1 square.
Yep. And then the rest of it down to there would be 2. So 2.
So 2
the
squares
second
for
one.
all of that. Okay.
Yeah, I do that.
So we're gonna put in
Hi. What's going on?
a nice. This is a pine forest. Lots of pointy, stabby trees. So 2. What's that? Shape lands.
Yep.
That leaves me with
Shape land.
Shape
land.
the land.
Nice. 2 pine forest up north.
Yep.
At the peninsula.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else on your turn?
And then, yes. And at long last, the Avatar will spring forth his chosen people. As soon as I can find them.
Long last, still kind of early in the greater scheme of things, but still after a few.
Special shout out to my random Steam recommendations several weeks ago for the Jin Shi. And I will upload a picture and a PDF about them. But they are Tabaxi-ish,
Yeah.
except they're built off the half-orc stat block.
Jackada.
So instead of being at all dexterous or anything like that, they are walls of strength.
They're surly cats.
And they're... Oops.
Surly cats.
Cool, I just downloaded my own PDF.
Sucks to suck.
And they are Yes, they're taller, they're more muscular, they're very minimalist, They're they're not much for big permanent structures too much. They have their homeland. They have their uh, home area there, but they're wanderers. They travel, they trade, they just they live on the road. They're slightly transient.
When you said thank you to your Steam recommendations, was that for like the art that you got there, or was that for like?
The whole thing, the whole idea. Well, I mean that's where I got the art from too. But like
Uh-huh.
the race idea of doing Tabaxi except not
Uh-huh.
was like,
Okay.
I like this. This is good.
I'm curious, like what game or whatever, because.
Where
It
did
is.
these?
I don't remember. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay.
Where did they spring forth from?
Uh, the
Mountains.
mountain area.
Mountains and grain.
I got this here. Got like right around right in this
Yep.
area.
Okay. Great.
And thus endeth mine turn.
Great. We have a couple of races on the field.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the turn. Trev.
It's a Tabaxork.
All right.
Tabax.
I've got 8 points. The I was thinking about there is a city of the elven people that Chris made, right?
Yeah, it's right in the corner here.
Yeah.
That green
Oh,
dot.
that's where.
Ila Fortis.
Gotcha. I want to, or wait. Is that one of the things that I would have to pay more for? I know if I like command a different race, but I want to advance them. I think
Power
that should be
cause.
the regular price. Yeah, I think that it doesn't have it in the description of the thing that it costs more. So I'm gonna advance your city.
Perfect.
Okay.
I'm going to advance them in the art or science or magic. Like the description just says science or magic of music. I'm going to be the best at music, even though they're like the only people around there. But like they're
Is
going to
it
get
gonna
better at it.
is it gonna pair with the death poetry so we get our world's version of death metal or something?
Maybe.
All music.
You're advancing Ila Fortis in music.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I decided I'm going to spend all my points on that one random thing.
It's great. Good use. Okay.
Also, I came up with a name for the mountains here.
Hold on real quick.
It's okay. I just put it in Discord.
The best city, not necessarily the civilization, but that city is the best for music.
Did
I
they
don't know,
discover
a
music?
gift for being on the sea, I guess, for the oceanic in me.
The ocean has gifted them music.
Yes, it has.
Zoop.
Plays off of the water. It's just right.
I really like that. The ocean has gifted them music.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it?
Yeah. That was all of my points.
Yep. Chris.
Okay.
This next turn is going to be Michael's turn.
Yep, I've got what I'm gonna do. I'm ready.
I mean, I'm saying like you're going to roll well.
Oh,
This is your moment.
I'm about to use
This
up
is your
all my
moment.
points this time.
You know what? You know what?
What?
I'm gonna do this because this is great. I'm gonna play off of what Travis did. I'm gonna command Avatar, and he's gonna create order. He's gonna create an order of bards, a bard college per se, city, to make sure this music lives on.
Does the create order have to be associated with a race though?
That will be with the race of the whatever I call them.
The
Oh,
Diende.
the Diende.
the Diende, right.
So we'll be creating an order. I'm gonna make sure I understand this. I kind of just did this one because Travis did his thing in it. Yeah, just an order. The Bard order of the Bard College of this, and they'll make it in the city of Illafortis to carry on the music into the ages.
That's great. Okay.
So that would be 2 points. That takes me down to 10. I also want to spend, I think, 6 points to do mountains. I want to do them just kind of, I don't know, here. I want two, like, just basically a few mountains.
Where? Oh, there. Okay.
I'm kind of bleeding over, but it's like I just want two basically
That's
blocks.
okay. You could make it a little bigger if you wanted.
Let me make my brush bigger.
Mountain range to the east. Okay. Great. Mike, Keith. Oh, wait, was that all your turn, Chris?
Maybe I was getting the name.
Yep.
Mountain range. I know you
Yeah.
can ask for it.
Right.
We'll call it Excelsum. The Excelsum range.
Will you type that? Thank you.
I think that takes me down to, because I got 2, that's 6, 2, leaves me 4 points, and yes, I'm done.
Yeah. Keith.
So I got 14. Make sure I'm not on mute.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, so I'm gonna go down here to the southwest, next to the Farjaka Forest. We're gonna create kind of a little canyon area.
Tex-Mex.
Shape land.
Shape land. 3, 6, 9, 12. Great. So what I'll do here, going over this way, and that's kind of where the canyon is going to be.
Oh, wow.
Where are we at? Oh, way down here.
Yeah.
The canyon?
Yeah.
It's a lot of canyon.
So hopefully, it's a big old canyon.
Some might describe it as
Hopefully.
grand.
Hopefully you get the idea.
What's happening here?
Just showing where the canyon actually is. So the
Oh, I mean, how is it? Why is it forming there? You're crafting it. Just
crafting it. The idea here, well, you'll have to wait until I make an event to explain it. But I'm going to say that it's because there needs to be at least some magical subduction for the world to kind of take in the wild magical energy so they can re-emerge elsewhere in the world. But it needs to be collected and fortified before it's released again.
It's like the magic drain and also maybe redistribution
Right.
process.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I'll make a name for that here shortly.
How many points worth of canyoning
That,
did you do?
that was 12 points, I think. 3, 6, 9, 12. Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
okay. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Once you have that name, you can go ahead and type it in the chat. Michael.
Okay, so I am going to. I've got a whopping 9 points to spend, and all of them are going to be spent on shaping some land.
Mm-hmm.
And the land I'm going to cover. I'm going to try to draw some shape, basically covering. Uh, well, wait, maybe I can't actually freehand this. So I'm basically this square, and then this square, and that square is going to be. So one of the things that sometimes happens in some worlds, because of the bizarre nature of the Mektoba and its kind of interplanar or extra worldly kind of overlap, is it sometimes has an effect on the terrain around it. And just for the record too, some of this I'm kind of drawing from the adamantine citadels of the Githzari, that it describes that like um, they kind of create a blot on the natural world. Um, life is driven away from the location in a wave of dread. I'm kind of incorporating a little bit of that into my concept of the Mektoba, but also kind of has an effect on things out here. And so what we have here, this is going to be like a fungal forest of sorts,
Okay.
but it also is going to have, it's not exactly a safe place, but it's not exactly dangerous either. It just, I imagine it maybe having points that connect it with the Feywild, um, intermittently perhaps, but effectively it's a fungal forest.
Okay.
And I'll think about a name for it here, but and I'll write it in there when I figure that out. But that was 9 points. I'm done.
Great.
I'm
Sure,
gonna.
there's a. Hold on. What?
I don't know. I was gonna share this with one of my friends. I had like messaged about like art things that I was like, hey, do you still have this art from this thing? I don't know if I'm gonna get. I was just gonna mention like, hey, we're streaming this if you wanted to look at it. So share the love.
Indeed.
Indeed. Okay. That is the end of that round, isn't it?
We did it.
You did it.
Do 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 do. On to
What
turn
does this evil
6.
avatar do now?
What?
What?
What'd you say?
What?
Huh?
Huh?
So what does this evil avatar do now?
He vanishes.
Oh,
You,
oh, Jake's.
He lives, he dies, he lives again.
Because he's going places.
Boogity boogity.
Also, Jake, I named my forest and my mountains.
Oh, good. I should write that down.
I put them in chat as well.
And the canyon is named, so let me write some of these down real quick. Create the canyon. Canyon's name is the World Throat.
Man, I can't wait to go see the Greybeards there. And learn about my Thune.
on your horse.
Yeah. I'm gonna horse
did you
my
make
way directly down the canyon to see the
Pine
Greybeards.
Forest.
And they'll teach me how to Fusro Da.
yeah, Jake, I'm going to hit enter for the name of this fungal grove. It's called the Zogvarth Cluster.
Is it Funky Town?
We got the Foundling Woods.
Won't you take me
Okay.
down to Funky
Um,
Town?
You got your snowy name?
Yes.
Snowy Mountain Range?
The Haida Highlands.
Oh shit. Okay. I could change that name though. I didn't
What?
realize that was a Skyrim thing.
Oh, yeah, it
The World
is.
Throat.
I
Okay.
appreciate
Oh,
that it was
shit.
unintentionally Skyrim. That's the best part.
Oh. But the World's Road is a mountain, and this is a
Right.
A canyon.
Exactly. It's
I
the
like it.
opposite.
Sure.
You should keep it.
this is more
Very well.
accurately a throat.
You're not wrong.
Scaring larynx.
Okay. And then I
The
have
scaring larynx.
Michael, Fungal Forest. What'd you name it? The
The Zogvarth cluster.
Interesting.
Okay. All right. And you're gonna rename the world throat.
Or are you gonna keep that?
I'll keep it.
Okay. It is just fine to keep it.
Is there a way to disable snap to grid? There is not.
I haven't found it if there is.
Yeah, not
There
for
is
like
for when you're
text and stuff.
with the ruler, and it usually works
Yeah.
with objects, but it's not for some reason.
Okay. All right. That
Nice.
ends round 5. Okay. This is very exciting. As we're seeing, this world is big. There's a lot yet to cover, and you can still change the world in future ages. But we have a long ways to go. In terms of filling out the space. What are all your thoughts right now?
I'm good with continuing with this first age for a little while more.
Yep. I think
Yeah,
there's stuff to be
same.
done.
Last time we kind of rushed into the other one, I was like, I want to make races, and then it was like, then that one ended quick too, and I don't know. Overall, I feel like this definitely takes a while,
Time.
like going through these things, but it's good content.
Yep.
The only other option would be more points or
Yeah. Okay.
I
It's
feel like
counts on
with
certain
the
things.
5 we've done a substantial amount of editing to the world. We probably don't want to fill everything.
No.
yeah, we do have to leave room for Jake to kind of organically flesh stuff out
Yeah.
And stuff can still pop
because
up later.
like there's not going to be a perfectly circular forest with a 20-meter gap to the world throat.
Yeah, like my assumption is that he'll be able to take these and modify as he desires.
Right.
Well, I want my rectangular desert.
How big's the desert?
Just a
This
perfect square.
many.
Look, as long as your race continues to maintain their Zen garden.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then we're gonna keep going. We're in round 6, and just so you're all aware too, just it says round 10. If you get to round 10 and someone says, "Let's move on," they recommend you. They say move on.
Yep.
Well, we can continue going with this past round 10 too, if everyone's for it.
Sure.
Don't forget that. I mean, the first stage.
I mean,
I know
that's
at some point you'll get itchy to move on, but
kind of cool too because if it makes your world that much older. If each phase in this one
Yeah.
is 500 years, so that means there's like
yeah.
So
Yeah.
Sure.
Both. Yeah. I like it.
Okay. Points. Let's roll for power.
7.
All those ones.
hey, better things are getting better.
Keith, you've been rolling hotcakes.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Well, he has his +3 in there, so.
World sponsored to you by.
Okay. He does. Oh yeah, he does. Okay.
Well, yeah.
All right. So add all that. Once you're ready, let's roll for initiative.
8.
8.
Where's the first roll? Okay, Michael's is the first roll.
I believe
Oh
so.
yes, I think it is because the Keith's with the +3 was his power. So
Yeah.
oh, Michael's not ready.
Keith.
This will be my third turn working with 8 points. Or wait, how is that possible? Oh, I had leftovers last time. This time I spent it all, and I still get
Trap.
8. Good.
Remember that I want this named Spelldrowned. Remember that? I mean, that's the
true.
working title.
He's been working on it. That's why he's getting all the points. He keeps adding magic stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Do you remember what turn it was that you got a substantial amount of?
Yes. Turn 3.
That's what I thought.
There's the turn 3. We got the bonus.
Yep.
Thank you.
And we are
I need to
now
mark that down
on
real quick.
Zix. Turn 3. I used all of those bonus points plus my regular roll for climate change. I'm doing my part.
I had 1 left over after all that. Cause yeah, that was my big.
I had
turn, too.
2 or 3, I think. Yeah. I only got 4 bonus points though, so.
Me too.
God damn it.
Nice.
But I also had a decent regular roll.
Yeah, my regular roll was a 9, so.
I feel like we both got the same things. I got a 9 and a 4 as well.
Hold on real quick, everyone, while I do something. Or try. Sorry about the delay.
No, you're not.
No good. Time to think. And
Oh shit.
mostly worry about the fact that it's like, oh man, I should come up with more names of things since like it's not happening yet still.
Do points carry over between ages?
I would think so.
I was gonna ask.
I don't see why not. I would not rule against that. If you see otherwise, let me know.
Except
My spreadsheet's stalled on me. Okay.
I don't see anything, so.
What? Oh, okay. Okay.
a second
Almost.
delay on the screen.
So right now we've got 3 playable races, right?
Yes, the not elves,
Yeah.
the not tabaxi, and who's the third one? The not Githyanki.
Yeah,
Okay.
the not get. When you say the not elves, is it? So you're using, are they elves, or are they like they're skinned on elf? What's
We'll
the
talk.
what is?
We'll talk about that.
Yeah, that
You don't have to
Jack was
worry
saying he
about
was
that.
gonna-
Yeah.
He was gonna take care of that stuff.
I was
We
thinking
don't-
like if you had like an elf, like a tall, lanky, but like they're a bit like they built and acted more like dwarves.
So their stats would be based on dwarves, but they look like elves. Is that what you're saying?
No, I guess the appearance. I was gonna leave the stat.
A little
business
more
change.
muscle bound elves.
Yeah,
Good.
like a muscle bound like elf. Like they're not tall, athletic. Maybe they're just stacked. I don't
Yeah, we're just creating a land full of all these swole motherfuckers.
know. Yes. Prepare for war.
When you gotta deal with the occasional walking by a kaiju.
I know kaiju's around. I live on the ocean.
Next to the kaiju hole.
Yeah,
Yes.
you probably have some. I'm gonna have to make some religious orders in your thing too, or something.
You should make sure they.
Sorry, everyone. My computer slowed down quite a bit. I'm trying to,
Oh, do your thing, man.
You're all good.
because I wanted to update something before we move on. But I'm
His evil
stalled.
avatar has to take action.
spinny wheel. I need a new computer.
Have you like cleaned it up from things? Got you like another week of smooth sailing.
Yeah. Yep. And I keep cleaning it up now, but come on, just close out it. Yeah. Just got to operate a new computer though. So that's good.
But what about you?
Like, did work offer you one, or
No,
we fixed?
they'll offer one. Come the new fiscal year. Not and that's it won't be
Yeah.
for me. It'll be office, of course. So I could use that, but like for doing D&D stuff, this is kind of what I'm stuck with right now. I don't care that. So just get out of my way. I'm getting a lot of the spinning wheel at the moment. Okay.
Do you think our races have invented the wheel yet? To spin?
I don't know about invented, but it's certainly archived and recorded somewhere from some part in the cosmos.
Yeah.
At some point, my race is going to get suspicious of these people stealing all our secrets.
Not stealing, it's just recording.
We need to know if Sally was really stealing your loot at the bar that night.
Maybe Sally was taking it for knowledge purposes, because this design had never been seen before, and they had to take it to archive it.
No, they don't.
Some of them are getting more.
They don't take anything except note. They take note.
How many trees do they kill
We're giving
to
a
make
lot.
these notes?
That makes sense.
I can't.
They asked for notes on things, and we gave them lyrical notes.
Okay. Just about ready. Okay. Great. I'm back. I'm moving a little more freely again.
Welcome.
Thanks. Oh, and now I. Okay. It's going to be a choice between Michael and Spencer. It looks
Michael,
like.
do you know what you want?
I do know what I'm going to do, but I don't have a preference for going first.
If you know what you want, go for it. I'm still finalizing.
Okay.
I'll interrupt real quick though. Because in this island, the peninsula here,
Where?
I'll pin it.
Zoom in.
Ah.
Okay, there we go. Gotcha.
Okay. There is there. Yep. There is an event
A party?
called the Beacon.
Oh.
The beacon.
Yep. This doesn't. We don't need Tug there anymore. I think we have a good idea. The beacon shines forth from that peninsula over the world, and over the ocean, the sea there. uncertain what caused it, but its magical radiance expands out and is going to hit all of you for
5d6 damage.
Everyone make a reflex save.
you all get 6 more power.
Excellent.
Glorious.
Leave our 6 turn
6
6
more.
right?
This is round 6, yes. And that was turn 28. Okay. Michael?
Hang on, I need to add
Yep.
this to. So you said 6, right?
Yes.
So I could do a little bit more.
Yeah, I hope you're all okay with this. Doing this little bit here and there. Magical energies are expanding, and something caused the beacon.
Wibbly
I'm cool
wobbly.
with it because
Timey
like
wimey.
a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that, especially at this stage, where it's like I kind of wanted to do this. It wasn't like a big thing, but like having a few extra points to get an extra
helps.
shape land and stuff is nice.
Yeah.
All right. So the first thing I'm going to do, since this is what I planned for and I know, I want to make a river. We need some rivers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect this swamp to this, not quite a delta, but this area up here. You need to see, I think it looks like I'm talking about 1, 2, 3 squares for sure. And what do you want for that? Will that just count as 1 to connect it to that, the end there?
It looks like shaped land requires a river to go. Like if it crosses through the area, you're.
So 4, is that 4? Or
Sorry, let me see. I got the turn order in front of it. Okay. So 1, 2. I'll give it to you for 3.
okay. We're going to build or draw a river that winds through the land and connects here. Maybe did I go over? I
That
was
is just
thinking
fine.
about Wiggly River, and I didn't think about how many squares I was crossing.
I think that's fine.
Okay.
Continent right.
That's 7
River.
squares.
Shaped land times 3. River formed from to swamp from. Okay.
And there's the name,
The Wiggly
the
River.
Wiggly River. Actually, it's going to be like this.
Like it.
Okay. Is that your turn?
Let's see. That was three of those, right?
Yep.
Oops, I need to switch. Okay. So how many points does that leave me with? Let's see here. Well, I guess I'm going to do a little bit more now because of those extra points. I know what I'm going to do. What's that leave me with? Go away. I'm going to do that one more time. One more river
Okay.
drawing. That goes like that.
Cool.
Okay. And in those squares, Michael, if you want to branch the river out in any way, you certainly can. Just within the square that you went through. So, if you want arms that divert just a little bit, even if it's just a short way, that's just fine. Add a little bit.
Like, you mean like little offshoots?
Yeah. Feel free to do that on your river that you crafted.
Things that feed in.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Okay.
My river is wider.
Yours
That
is.
way, so I've decided it's accurate.
I think that's just fine. Spencer,
Yes?
I think you're up.
That's a shame.
He's not ready.
Oh, I guess we're gonna start over in the prickly plum forest here. And
Which one?
this one. What would it take to make that forest now butt up against the world throat? Like fill in all the space between there. Is that 3 squares? 2 squares?
Because of the extra there, I'd say yeah, it's 2.5, but I'd say 3. Lean more that way because of that.
2.5? Can I add some extra bonus trees that are part of that forest over here?
Yeah,
Cool.
that's fine.
So now the Farshurker forest goes all the way up against the world throat because I really like the visual of crazy tall trees against
Yeah.
a canyon.
That's
Excellent.
awesome. I like it. Great for bungee jumping.
Right, exactly.
Right, Camden?
Camden's already fallen. He's falling.
Okay. Is that all you do?
Nope.
Nope, you do more.
Next we are going to for religious orders. Huh, neat. I can make someone else's religious people go on a crusade in my name? That's awesome. Right? So is the beacon still glowing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent.
I am going to do a command avatar, and I am going to create an order amongst my people,
Okay.
amongst the Jinshi. And they are simply going to be the Order of the Beacon.
Ooh.
And their sole purpose is going to the beacon and studying the beacon, and they may never return to the homeland. They may settle down over there, but
That's interesting.
But the Jinshi are not, as I said, they're not much for permanent housing. So
Yep.
these are likely traveling people anyhow that saw the beacon at some point. And
Hey, Spencer.
yes,
I don't think you actually need. So races that you create. My reading of this is that the creator of the race gets the religious sect that counts as that order automatically.
I wouldn't say this is a religious thing. This is more of a scientific research group than anything else.
And I feel like the religious thing would be the religion of your god.
God.
Yeah.
Or something?
Yeah,
Also,
The beacon.
we're supposed to specify the purity of the race going into it.
Oh,
If
yeah.
they're
Are
a
we?
+1, a 0, or a -1 on creation.
Oh, I see.
I saw that. Yeah, they start either neutral, 1 good, or -1 evil. So
Oh, okay.
mine will have started as good. The 1 good.
Yeah,
Okay, hold on.
kaiju are +0.
Okay. Kaijaka. Plus 0.
Yep.
Neutral.
Ulama.
Who?
Yeah, my city, and you do that for the cities too. If you haven't already, I noticed your city is supposed to be.
Well, I didn't. When you create a city, does it say to?
Yeah.
They apparently have a corruption because you can corrupt them on the other thing, so it makes sense.
I assume cities just share the same as the race that created them.
But they can diverge from that
Mhm.
as well.
Okay. Ulama. Michael, what's the purity of the Ulama?
Neutral, so I guess 0.
Diende?
Neutral.
And then what were the Jinshi?
+1 good. And man, what does that do?
What does what do?
Advance civilization.
You can make them the master of some
Okay.
science or magic.
You know what? We're gonna.
Unlock something in the tech tree.
I'm gonna advance my civilization as well to go along with this order, and they are going to be masters of travel and map making.
Ooh, nice.
Seems useful if they're gonna have to travel a long ways to check out that lighthouse.
Masters of what?
Travel and map making.
Jinshi are the masters of travel.
They
And
navigate towards
cartography.
Okay.
cartography.
And they still
Cartography.
don't have any actual cities.
They're too busy moving around and mapping things.
Well, no, yeah. They got. I'm sure they've
Yeah.
got some nice settlements throughout
Nomads.
the Haida Mountains that are. The name is buried underneath the mountains themselves.
Yeah, I love that. They don't settle down too long because they're too busy.
I can move these mountains.
Exploring
Perfect. There, I moved them out of the way.
Okay. All right. Next up is Trav.
I've got 14 points with the bonus there. I'm gonna do like 3 shaped lands to start over on my river and jungle. Mostly just extending the jungle out to. I'm just gonna draw like a circular.
3 of them.
Yeah. Or wait, I went a little. No, yeah. I gotta readjust that because.
Okay.
That's a lot of squares.
And mostly like this because I was like the other one I was making around, but this one I was gonna make actually have a little bit of the, at least currently have the kind of plus sign look to it. To just kind of extend the jungle out to those. And got a few points left. Jungle. And what's he gonna do in that climate? Didn't come up with anything good. I'm just gonna extend the desert, the Sizja Desert over here.
Sizzling.
Sizzling
Let's
Desert.
go down to the Sizzler.
Make it less rectangular.
Sizzlers.
So that'll be, I guess, 4.
Are you adding to the hurricane with your Sharpie?
I am adding to a desert with my Sharpie.
Oh
Okay.
God.
I don't know what that is a reference to, but
Nothing.
appreciate your amusement.
Nothing.
Trav,
Okay.
does
Yes?
the river stop at the plateau?
Yeah, that's I kind of forgot to do. There's probably like some waterfalls and stuff, but only on like the one side, and then they go down to it.
So the plateau is the source of the river.
Yeah, or I don't know. It would be interesting if it the river flowed to the thing. The waterfalls fall into it, and there's a whole. I don't know. Yeah, we'll just say it's the source. I don't have the. I've not come up with a reason why. I don't know. Could go both ways.
Yeah.
Don't make me change your mind.
You do you.
I was just making my assumptions.
Yeah, the waterfalls definitely fall down. That is one thing that is sure.
This place is fucking magic, man. You can do whatever
It
the hell
is.
you want.
Magic.
You can do 2 chicks at the same time.
Oh, okay, yeah. Here's the thing: the waterfalls fall down, but they just kind of go into the, like, on across the other side, and the river flows to it and goes up in the middle of the plateau. I'm gonna mark off the waterfall side.
I would like you to explain this because I don't understand anything that you said.
Magic So the river flows from the ocean into the thing. It goes in like a cave underneath the plateau, and then it goes up into the middle like a reverse drain, filling the plateau up at the top. And then there's a little bit of a waterfall coming off that doesn't really go anywhere and probably just flows right back into it.
It's a sucky river. Suction.
It's an upsuck river.
Magic.
Is that the name? The Upsuck River?
Not
Upsuck
only
River.
just some people.
I hope not.
Is that your turn?
Yes, that was for Shaped Lands.
Okay. Keith.
Okay, like what Travis is doing, I'm gonna add on to that a little bit. So there's probably a lot of groundwater coming from this area down here. So what I'm gonna do is I got 19 points, I believe. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. So I got plenty. I'm gonna add a little bit to that because we need rivers. So I'm gonna start here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ooh,
So
nice.
that's already 3, 6, 9, 12. 15. Let's see. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18 points. Okay, so that's what I'm doing. I'm just gonna have that come in from the underground water coming from the upsock. Oops, sock.
No, that's just me. That's not Travis' name. That was me playing, so I don't mean that.
Sure. But it'll be kind of coming from there. It'll go out to the ocean from there.
Okay.
Or are they connected to that, or just that area? Or...
Underground, yeah. The water
okay,
will
fair
come
enough.
in. Yeah.
Wait, these rivers are underground?
No, the ones that drew
Okay.
are above ground, but they connect underground.
Soil.
Okay. Okay.
Nice
Very
rivers.
nice.
Yeah.
Next.
Ocean appreciates.
Yeah. Next up, Chris.
Okay, I was originally gonna do something else, but I think I'm changing my mind. We're gonna do 3 shape land here.
Okay.
Little mountain guys. Connect.
You said 3?
Yeah, and we'll do mountains here, and the streams will start up in here, feed the swamp.
Yeah. So the green lines are mountains. Is that what you said? You cut out a little.
I'm having a hard time with the colors here.
You're always that color.
I know.
Are these mountains up here too? What is this?
That's
Yeah.
mountain.
Okay.
Those are my shitty mountains.
Shitty.
But yeah, so these 3, and then it connects to the 2 river points, so the water from the mountains flows into the river. That feeds the swamp, that feeds the delta.
I like it.
So that would take.
Those mountains, they're a continuation of the Haida Highlands, right?
Yes.
Nice. I was saying nice, but it didn't seem like my thing was lighting up. Now it did. Nice.
I heard you.
Okay. So that's 3, or that's 9 for you. 9 points.
And then I want to do. Let's go. 2. I basically want to do like forests.
Okay.
I want like roughly like 2 squares worth of forest coming out around here. 2.
Right here.
Yeah, basically I wanted to like wrap kind of around towards the mountains.
That's fine.
Um,
Shape land times 2.
and that would care remainder on 2 point left.
Okay. So they wrap around the coast, you mean?
Yeah, wrap around the coast.
Okay. That's the end of the round then. Round 7. Everyone okay staying in first stage yet?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've got at least one more in us.
What do you
Yep.
do?
Okay. Everyone roll for power. And when you do, the beacon is still going,
Yeah.
so you're going to get extra points.
Fill me up, Beacon.
9.
Fill me up, beacon.
Wow.
Nice.
Why do you have +6? Oh, because that's what you already have?
No, I'm just adding your 6.
No, you don't add 6. I'm going to
Okay.
roll to add.
I saw Chris roll before you were done saying that, and I thought that was what you did.
Yeah,
Okay.
I thought Chris's roll was.
But I
his
mean,
too.
he still rolled a 9, so that's nice for him.
So I'll just say 9. I'll ignore the
Yep.
6 there.
Yeah. Okay. Everyone rolled?
Yep.
Keith hadn't. Okay. And then on top of all those totals that you have, add
12.
7.
Shit. Wow. 16, 17.
I mean, that's nice because I was out of points after last round.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
beacon, the beacon is powerful. It's doing something, but how long you leave it, who knows what's happening.
Well, and it's been 500 years. I assume that the Order has made progress.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I should probably say what happens there.
They find. And also, like, how well do they? I imagine the bladed bridge is just like, let's just keep going.
He said it's passable, but
Yeah, exactly.
just don't stay.
Yep. Just don't stay. I gotta write something down here. Beacon continues.
I can't wait till the second age when I can create my Battletoad race.
7 power each. There.
Are you gonna have Battletoads emerge from the swamp?
There is a swamp for a reason.
Thanks, I hate it.
Okay. So you each received 7 power. I have a story thing to say, but we're gonna roll initiative for the round first before I do that. Travis 7.
You beat me. Oh, Spencer, we're tied.
Again.
Yeah.
Damn.
At least I'm not going first this time.
I think I've gone second the most out of anybody. I've gone like 4 times.
Spencer, is your 6 there? That you?
Yeah, that's for initiative. Because it was after your 7. And I also see now I'm pointing at my screen, which does fucking nothing for this
Yeah, right?
conversation.
Like, what are you doing? What's wrong with you? Okay. So, only in over 500 years, during the 6th... What was this? That was the 6th round. So 3,000 years, the world has been building. The gods have formed mountains and created rivers, brought a couple civilizations up, with the discovery of music um, and just and travel, trying to understand the world. They're a small piece of it. It's a large world, and there are many dangers. In these first ages, there have been monsters, other creatures, not just the Kaijaka, but other beasts, not intelligent creatures that have roamed, evolved. So it's made the world rather threatening. And soon, I mean, when I say soon, I mean in the second age, when the second age comes around, and so in another 1,000 years maybe, um, civilizations will grow to help support these races, these people, to survive in travel. But but it is rough. It is deadly. Um, but certain people, like the um, certain people like the ulama, they travel the world in search of knowledge, it's to write down what is happening in the world. But the jinshi, they a sect of them, I would say. The church has been formed, or not a church. What was it called?
Order.
An order. An order has been created among them, um, to go uh, around the beacon, this event that seems to be fueling the world in mysterious ways. Um, and so around the beacon, what the Jinshi find, there's a part of the order that travels to it. Mountains have risen up out of the ocean surrounding it. Spires, tall spires. Rather dark. They have risen. Um, Quite a large swath of them. But the Jinshi, they wanted to learn about the beacon. They wanted to understand it. They wanted to spend time with it, and they wanted to bask in its radiance. Um, that group that stayed there, though, um, began began to become corrupted, and so Spencer, we're going to create a sub race for the Jinshi.
Oh boy.
Okay. These are Jinshi sub race.
The whiskey sheet.
The sub race, just a little bit more magically adept, but they are on the opposite end of the spectrum for compared to the good Jinshi. They they've gone a little mad from magic.
I have an idea if you're open
Yeah,
to it.
absolutely.
What if
What do
they
you got?
take on elemental characteristics like the Genasi?
I like. I just want to say, like I mentioned, I was like, oh, so there's the genasi and stuff that are elemental. I was like, what if they made like elemental cats instead?
That's I guess that's what I'm going. Did you say that earlier?
No, no, I just thought that in my
Oh,
head, like
oh, okay.
before, of like, what could I like? There's the elemental race. Like, I want to turn them into something cooler. It's like, what if they were cats?
I'm not against it.
Okay.
I'm
I like it then. That's even better.
yeah.
Yeah, I had another idea
Corrupted
that I was gonna.
magical.
I had an idea that I was gonna do during the second age, but this is better than that idea. When you were like, they're exposed to all kinds of magic and shit's getting weird, and I'm like, Yes.
That doesn't mean that there isn't still an order
Right.
that worships the beacon. There's still an order of Jin Shi that are good that
Mhm.
worship the beacon. But there was that small group that traveled out there,
That
you know,
spent a lot of time there.
spent a lot of time, and they grew there.
They probably
And
had a
so,
falling out.
yeah,
Different
and
groups.
so there probably hasn't been a war or anything. You know, they probably just have gone missing, or
Right.
they just never came back. They would never have gone back to the Haida Highlands. Okay, so they are still around here.
Good.
Oops, I don't have the right marker.
That's right.
They're still around where? I'm not seeing
The
the
beacon.
pane.
There you go. Yeah, I had the
Oh.
wrong thing. The beacon. Okay. So let me just write that down real quick. That they're still there.
And I'll come up with a name for them unless you want to.
You go ahead.
Okay.
Reverse it.
So I'm going to leave it up to you to create their city and stuff if you choose to. Okay.
Okay.
But right now they're going to be nomads still and just wander that region.
They're so evil. They decided to actually settle down as opposed to the other ones that are all nomadic. Didn't get along.
Okay. All right. I've got that, and I'm not going to do any other interrupt for this turn. But we're going to start with Chris. Big turn.
All right. So you said that the spires and all that, was that discovered by only like Spencer as a god, or did we all know about that?
Only the Jin Shi were the race that went to it and saw it. The gods, you all, I would say, if you had gone to look, you knew for hundreds of years that you were getting extra power from it. So whether you would go to it to seek it out, I would say, if you did, you probably would see the spires.
I have no purpose of going over there. I'm
Mm-hmm.
I'm concentrating on my plans.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do. Would this be one if I did it in here to add more forest, or would this be two in this area?
Boy, I think. What do you all think?
Like if
Right
he's
here.
just doing just where he drew, that's about one. But if you do want to go to all the edges, that might be two.
It's basically a strip of forest. It's
Yeah.
not say like the whole thing. I don't know. I could go either way.
If it was all that, I would say that would probably be two at least. But like, if it's just where you drew, that could be just one. I don't know. That's just my thought.
Well, let's just take two then, because I also want to do a little river guy.
Okay.
I want a little river flowing down through here. I need a bigger brush for this.
Shape land times 3.
It would just be for the two areas. So can you make a river through your shape land action on the one tile, or those tiles?
Creation, modification, or erosion of mountains, hills, lakes, streams, and other landforms. Allows the creation of landforms, plural, within a 1-inch diameter area. So yeah, I would say so.
So if I took the two, I could just modify the land as I see fit within that area, correct?
Yeah.
Whether it's trees, hills,
Yep.
rivers. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna do two little stream guys. One goes that way, and the other one goes that way. And then that's just forest in there. So that'll be for the two there, and then I want to do. That's takes me down to 12. I'm gonna do another. And actually, I'm gonna, since this is part of the two, I'm gonna do another river that's gonna start this way end there, and I'm gonna do one more shape land in this region here.
Wait, I missed where you just moved. Where was that at?
Um,
What you just did?
let me change my color quick.
It's that tiny little
I'm
one.
having trouble seeing where Chris is. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Was it all still in those same squares?
Oh, my screen locked up. Memento por favor.
Or else do you just have the wrong thing selected?
No, my roll 20 locked up.
Oh.
I had to do a refresh on the page.
You're fine. Next up will be Trav. But wait. Ah, the yellow. Look at that.
And now, so that I was gonna do another one here, and that's more squiggly with some offshoots leading into it.
Okay.
And then there'll be in this. I also want to extend the
Nice.
forest to be coming down along here as well.
And from what I gathered, you didn't say anything special about this particular forest. It's just kind of a regular forest thing.
Right, it's a regular forest, just got the trees, nothing fancy, just a forested, woodsy area.
Okay.
Good to have that.
Yep.
And it's gonna be called
Coniferous.
the forest.
There first.
And I think I need to run my math on this because I did
Math.
three of those. 1, 2, 3. So I have 9 points left.
She had 18.
I can't do. I think I'm going to venture for. Do this. If you create a race, you automatically get a create order, correct? And it's for your there basically you can then use the command race action.
Um.
Yeah, it says, well, so what the way that's kind of how I read it, which is why I was talking about with Spencer, him not needing to create an order to make his race do something, but he had different intentions, I think, with that.
Yep.
Gotcha.
But it basically says that an immortal must first establish his presence by creating sects within the race before influencing them via so you can't so the way I read that is exactly what you said. Technically you can't command a race to do something until you've created an order in that race, but that if you created that race you automatically have that order. That's how I read that, which sounds like that's how you read it too, Chris.
Yep. So I'm gonna actually command my avatar to purify my city of Fortia. I can't remember how I pronounce that. I need to make notes, which I'm not doing right now.
It's okay. I've got notes.
So, and that will be 2, so that takes me down to 7. And then I'm going to venture forth to do some other work in the world. I think I'm going to explore this. Oh, look at that. That's an interesting little place we got going on here. That's cool. I can.
What you doing?
600 points. The command order. I'm confused on like what you can do with that. Is that just you tell them to do something? Could it be anything?
Let's look at it real quick. Command order. This is the through this power, the god makes an order. Do something for religious order. Add 10 points.
So I think a lot of the times that might be like, hey, go like fight those people, which I guess usually involves armies. But yeah, I think it's like telling them to do something they are capable of doing.
Can I command? Can I like do like command order? Just say like start a city here.
Or I don't think orders can found cities, can they?
Because yeah, I think that's a specific thing in the race thing is command civilization to
Command
found a
race.
city.
Yeah, command race. Cities are founded with this power.
And that's where you have, so to command a race, you have to have a sect in it, but if it's your race, you can automatically do it. So you can use, if you're talking about the what's her name again? Drayden or whatever?
And
Diende.
The Diende,
Duran.
you can command a race. If it's the Diende, you can directly command them to build a new city. But if you want to command Spencer's race to build a city, you first have to establish an order in that race.
And then you have to pay extra.
Yes.
but within your own race, you have an order.
Yes, but it's you automatically have an order within your if you so you can command your own the race that you created. You can simply command it to create a city without having to create an order first because you get a default order in that race.
So I can use the command order to have them create a city.
You have to. It's just command race.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets a little confusing. I think Chris is looking at the points he needs for it.
Yeah, it just costs more.
Okay. All right. We're just gonna do some more land modifications then. Stuff going there.
It's much cheaper to create cities later.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm kind of like.
Yeah.
So we're gonna travel the world.
But Chris,
Yeah.
another way you can do it that's cheaper. Your avatar can create a city as an immortal action for 2 points. If that's if the cost is what's worrying you.
No, I've already had my I've already had my avatar purify my city. So.
Oh, okay.
Wait, okay. Sorry, I don't think I wrote that down. So your avatar purified your city?
Yes.
This turn?
Yes.
To the city, not the race.
Yeah, it's the city.
Good city.
It doesn't say you can actually purify race with the avatar. It can only purify.
Oh, fair enough.
So did that, and then I'm gonna go down here and I'm gonna do some more forest. Maybe to make some more forests.
Okay.
Nice. If I can get the freehand to pop up here. Maybe do some foresting on the edge here. Do just one foresting worth of that. And then maybe I'll come down here. Check out this blighted land. That's pretty something. And then I'm finally get over here and see this forest, this magnificent, beautiful forest of potential.
Yep.
Yes.
And this is super magical forest, you said, right?
Super magical.
Okay. This is going to inspire me. I have been thoroughly inspired at this moment.
Okay.
So I'm going to now expand your forest of potential.
Yes.
By using my the few more to actually expand it this way.
Excellent. I approve.
The continent of cooperation. Like most of the things over here have been like expanded on.
I make a rainbow across the land bridge.
Shh, don't,
And that
Imagination.
don't spoil the ideas.
freaks me out. All right, here you go. I'm done.
Okay. Okay. Next up, Trap.
All right, this is going to be a time of bridges for myself,
Bridges.
because what Keith somewhat sarcastically mentioned is an idea I was having. But first we're gonna
Shit.
like you said we could kind of get rid of this corruption with a climate action thing, like or a change climate. Is that what would help get rid of the blightedness?
I would actually say it would be purify. You could purify it
Oh,
and then change the climate to what you want.
okay. So yeah, I just want to get rid of the blight. So how many points do I got to spend to get rid of the blight?
It looks like purify would be if you wanted to make it neutral, would just be a 4. I want to make sure of that.
Okay. So basically, yeah, the equivalent of a
Actually, purify.
city
Yeah.
equivalent.
Yep.
Gotcha. I'll get rid of. I think I still have enough points for that. Purify.
Yep. So
Okay.
you purify that.
Yes. And then we're going to. It's not going to be a rainbow of light, but I was thinking that my oceanic side, in addition to wanting to not completely outrun the land-based side, is going to make basically like a water rainbow over the thing.
Gotcha.
So like over instead of like going under and making it like a bridge, we've got a big cylindrical stream of water. This is with the shaped land thing to go over the land bridge at that
Okay.
same point, so that
So
the
you
fish can live and swim across, and other things, maybe boats even. I
Interesting.
don't know.
so say that one more time. It's a street.
So yeah, it's basically like a big like a rainbow do.
Okay.
Over the bridge. It's a water bridge over the land bridge is the idea that I've got.
In an arc.
In an arc. Yep.
Okay.
And so yeah, so like fish can swim
Awesome.
through it. Like at least if a ship's not too big, it might be able to like sail over it. You might need to make some adjustments, but that's the idea.
Which direction does it flow?
Whatever the ocean is going, like I don't know, it doesn't have much flow. You got to get your own power. I don't know how it works. Maybe it goes one way in the morning and another way at night. That could be a thing. So we've got there.
What if there's a one above and one below?
As
It's a
above,
like some
so
An,
below.
an underground rainbow water bridge and an overground.
Well, I only made the overground one. If there's an underground one, that might be I don't know. That's a maybe secret kaiju passage. I guess I don't know. I'd be okay with that. If that can be included with my thing, I could make a secret underground kaiju hole in the earth.
Yeah.
Well, that's how the kaiju travel, right?
Yeah,
Underground tunnels.
yeah, the tunnels. I'll play with that. I'll work with that. That I like it.
Okay.
My other amounts of bridges is I'm going to do 2 more shape lands over on these on the left side. Oh gosh, drawing is terrible. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. But basically making like bridges that just go out over the water that don't like they just basically like end like a construction bridge. Like there's no like it doesn't get anywhere, but it just kind of basically gets out until I guess you kind of have a view of these islands out there that we haven't that don't really have anything special on them, but basically just bridges out over the water, and then you've just got like a 40-foot drop down to the water. Like it's a big diving board, but like it just kind of goes out over the water, but doesn't really I don't know.
What are they made out of?
They're just kind of the rocks, the stone and stuff that the land was, but it just is kind of there. Although, yeah, it could probably be something special because it's definitely not constructed, man-made kind of stuff. But it might
Rocks
be
and
like,
stone would look natural,
yeah, it's
and they still
looking
reach
natural,
out.
but they might be a little bit sturdier stones than normal. Maybe some crystal powers in there or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, just two bridges out over the water, basically just giving you a view of these other islands
Yep.
that don't have anything on them yet.
Okay. That's your turn?
Yeah, so that was
Okay.
3 island, 3 shaped lands, and purify.
Okay. We've got 3 more turns. Spencer.
I look upon my people
Yeah.
and see that these new folks, that I named and forgot the name of already,
Seishi.
the Seishi, I see what's happening up here, and that they don't seem to have any intention of leaving.
Mm-hmm.
So my avatar will venture forth and use the light of his great pyramid to make them a city in which
What's your
to
avatar?
settle. The pyramid.
That's right.
Hadn't-
And I write that down. I did somewhere. I didn't write it down where I needed to. Hohoki. Hohoki.
Yep, that's it. Hokiki. Uh, so yes,
Okay.
that's
So say that one more time.
he's gonna build them a city because they are all his children, regardless of the changes that they've gone through. And that's where their city shall be founded.
Okay. What's the city name?
I don't know yet. We're working on that.
Okay. Okay.
So that's the first thing.
Okay.
God, I have a lot of points.
That was with Command Avatar.
Yes.
Okay.
Fix those
And
names in post.
what's that, Trev?
Time to do some catastrophes
Not yet.
or events.
Catastrophes for the Second Age. That event has already happened. It's better than the event I was gonna do. I had this idea. I was gonna make this magic sub race, and then this just organically happened, and it was better than my idea.
Collaboration.
Imagination. You know what? I think I'm kind of tapped out for the first stage, so I'm gonna end my round with some extra points.
Okay.
There you go.
That's fine.
There you
Hold on to them.
Oh God.
Michael.
Yeah.
I did see your message, by the way, and don't worry. Yeah, we're ending after this round.
I'm sorry. I mean,
I'm feeling it too. I'm tired.
Yeah, same.
this week has just kicked my ass more than any week has for a long time. So, but I mean, it has nothing. This has been great. I've really enjoyed this. This has been super fun, and it's played out even better than I could have imagined so far. So I'm looking forward to continuing. But I know what I want to do this round.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure how to execute it. So can I just tell you what I want? What I want to do? I mean, I think it's going to be a create sub race, but I guess I just don't understand very clearly how the race versus sub race works. I guess in my mind it was, so D&D has the races.
Mm-hmm.
You never just play an elf, right? You always play some kind of an elf.
Yeah.
So I used create race or whatever to make the Gith.
Mm-hmm.
But there's the Gith Yankee and the Gith Zeri. And
Yeah.
so I'm wanting to have those come out in the world. And I don't know if that means, do I use create subrace then to just make one of them, or is one of them already like when you create race, it's automatically one is out there? Like,
I would say it's that. So your
Okay.
race, if they were the Githzerai, the sub race that you create would be the Githyanki, even though they were just called Gith at the start. Once the splinter group or once this sect comes out, there needs to be some need to be named differently.
okay.
Is what I treat it as.
Okay, perfect.
So yes.
That's kind of what I was thinking too as things developed, but I just wanted to confirm. And also just to be clear, I mean, I'm using the Gith subtly as like the template for the stat block and maybe drawing on some of the lore, but they are a different thing at the same time.
Okay.
And so what I'm going to do on this turn is I am going to create subrace. So that's 12 points. And I think the way I'm kind of what I'm thinking about here is that so, the pure mission of doing Ilm's work for these people is really just about observing and collecting data. But between the magical forces that are being unleashed first by the knowledge that was released into the world by Keith's avatar, and now this beacon that's been for generations, for centuries, been emanating this power. It's had an effect on the observers that are out in the world, and there are some among this race, the Ulama, who are being distracted and detracted from that very pure mission. And it's at this point too that another god in our world, Sapites, takes opportunity of this and exercises some influence on them. His interests are in comprehension and uncovering or understanding the meaning of things. And it's these forces combined that over time, as this beacon is emanating its power, have eroded their pure interest or their pure mission and inspired them more and more to be drawn to it. And so they've they've been they've probably maybe they've even spent some time in we don't know the name of Spencer's city yet, do we?
The one that I just founded last turn.
Yeah.
No, not yet.
It might be a little early for that.
Okay. But I guess I'm thinking that since there's not much space here, that they'd be drawn to that and be kind of operating in this area too. But not just there. I mean, this is a force that's changed them and created this um, what I would conceive of as the playable races that would be more inclined to explore and maybe even try to conquer or take things, the covetousness or the greedier aspects of the initial mission, maybe exercising through them that way. So that's what my first move is basically to create that sub race.
Okay.
And I can work on names and stuff for that, but
Yeah, and it could be something as simple as the llama, blight, or something like that. I don't know. It could also be something much more detailed.
I guess I'm thinking too more like one sect or one group of them is more inclined towards that idea of understanding
Yep.
with seeking wisdom, while the other one is more about hoarding and putting to use to exert power in a more maybe a more corruptive sort of way, I suppose. So you kind of have two not necessarily good and evil, but different ways of expressing their agency in the world when it comes to seeking and deploying or using knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's it called? Port
Icar.
Port Icar.
Icar.
Yeah, so
I like Icar
so
better.
probably it's probably around this time that the she what's the name of your species, your race there?
Which one?
Seishi,
The Seishi?
I'm
the
sorry.
sub race.
The subrace? Yeah. They're the Seishi.
Yeah, maybe it's around that time period that the Seishi and the derivatives of the ulama maybe have some interactions or their initial contact from, being attracted to this beacon for different reasons and by different ways. So that's one. And then the other thing I wanted to do,
That only took 20 minutes for me to get that name to line up.
all the snapping, right? Let me pull up the thing because I can't remember exactly what I was. Oh, I think I'm going to command. Well, think for a second here. Yeah, I'll go ahead and spend 2 more points to command my avatar to create an order in that sub race. What's the she? Sorry,
Seishi.
Seishi. Yep.
say she. Is that how it was?
SEI.
CIA. Oh, I'll wait for Jake.
That's what it is.
Seishi.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I think my avatar will create an order inside the say she. Seeing that this beacon has detracted some of his operators, perhaps he's trying to influence a subset of them to maybe try to just investigate it or something more in that pure sense. It seems that maybe the beacon is, I don't know what the right word is, resistant to being incorporated into the Eternal Archive, and so maybe that's kind of the angle there for that.
All right, so you hold on. Yeah, your god, the new one, the Sapitas,
Mm-hmm.
has you are creating an order.
Well, I was just throwing a new god, like a lesser god or one of a sub god out there that is called Sapites that is interested in, and he's had an influence on the subspecies that I use create subrace for, in conjunction with the beacon.
Oh,
And
not on the Seishi.
right.
You're not influencing them. Okay.
Well, it's 2 separate actions. I guess let me start over. I'm sorry.
Oh, geez. Okay.
I'm creating subrace
Yep.
as just an action. And that's the one I'm doing to make the Githyanki and the Githzari's derivatives. And then I'm using a command avatar action with Ilm's avatar to create an order in the Seishi.
And yeah, that's what I was looking at, like creating an order in another person's race seems like that doesn't have any increased costs, but commanding
an order that someone else
Yep.
created does.
Yeah, that's what I was wanting to make sure about. Okay. Okay. And okay, that makes sense.
All right, and then I think since I've got so many points, I've got 14. I'm going to spend.
Yeah, 14 left after your 12 and.
I had, yeah, because I had 24. And I know what I want to do. I'm not quite sure. So
you should have 10 left then?
He spent 12?
no,
For
14.
great sub race.
You spent
Oh
14?
yeah, I have 10 points left. I spent 14. Okay. I have 10 points left. For other orders. Okay, I guess
Save
I'm
them up
sure
for the
understanding
secondary.
this. If I were to, so I guess I'm thinking about commanding the order that I just created. What is the difference between, so other orders, I don't know. I don't know what kind of order I just created, I guess. Where are they listed, or how do I?
I feel like whatever you could command like a group of people to
An
do.
order can be anything from a guild to a religious sect to
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Band of pirates.
Oh, I'm just gonna stop there because my brain is dead and I can't. I need to think through it a little bit more, and I'm taking up too much time. So I'm just gonna. We don't lose points if we carry them over between our ages. We decided, right?
That's right.
Okay.
For 10 points for later is good.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
And Keith.
So Riz has moved over into that area on the west continent, and
Okay.
he's actually going to create an avatar. An avatar, uh, probably a matronly type, by the name of, let's see, name of Jasher. Jasher is um, going to create her own race after this. And
Okay.
this race emerges from the ground. Kind of, we're probably going to have this take the gnome race instead. Um, the key thing with this race is that the way they reproduce is actually they put their limbs into the ground, and they're not necessarily plant-like. They don't necessarily have any plant-like features on them, but instead they will still put their limbs into the ground, and usually about 20 or 30 miles away, a new part of the race will emerge, either probably as like a young child, but they'll still have enough intelligence to take in things around them. So Jasher says to them that wherever you end up, however you're born, if you're next to a people, you will learn from them. If you end up by yourself, you will learn from the plants and the wildlife around you. If you end up in a place of peril, you might learn how to help others who find out themselves in that place. But whatever the case, you'll be known as the Farborn, ones who are born away from each other, but will eventually come back to each other with wisdom, so that you might grow as a people. So you can go forth and learn from the world around you in this way.
Nice.
Farborn.
And I think that takes me down to about 5 points.
What's their purity?
Purity is going to be probably on the good side, or lawful good.
+1. Okay.
There, I just put something in chat to help clarify a little bit the nature of the order that I established inside the Seishi.
I'll add that. Can I ask too, Michael, before Keith, you finish up?
Sure.
What is the sub race, their purity?
I would say the one that will, oh, I don't have the names for them yet, but the one that will correspond to the Gith Yankee will be -1, and the ones that correspond to the Gith Zari would be +1.
Okay, you said they were 0 before. They were neutral.
Well,
The
the
llama.
The Ulama were 0. Then
Yeah.
the Ulama are 0.
Okay. We'll say that. And then the llama sub race, the other one, unnamed, is -1. Okay. That works so far. You had 5 more points, Keith?
Yeah. Crap.
You can always hold on to points too into the next stage. Or, yeah.
And 5 is still, you still get your bonus points if you have 5.
Right.
Okay.
I might just hold on to that for the next stage.
Okay. All right. If you're going to do that,
I get the
then
feeling we're probably going to vote on going on to the next stage.
I think
that's
so.
what we're going to ask. Okay. Before we do that, I want to ask people's thoughts on this. Are they liking it? Are they feeling happy with what we've created? Was this more of a test run that you now want to do the real thing? I think this is the real thing. I'm just asking to make sure. Like, like if someone,
if this
like
isn't the real thing, I'm gonna storm right out.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're all happy with it, with what's
Yes.
happening.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
like it.
Very
Good.
colorful.
Okay, it is colorful. The couple questions I have more other questions I have for you then are, do you want me, before we
Yes.
ever meet again, do you want me to fill in a lot of the region? Like I make the forest of potential, I round that out to look nice.
Yeah.
Like I sketch things out, or do you want me to leave it as this and I fill it all in at the end?
I'd like to see you do it between each phase.
Okay.
That'd be cool. Yeah.
I would too. Maybe not like
Especially
going
to get rid of the color.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I want to get rid of the colors,
Mostly for the
especially.
sake of clarity, because like,
Yep.
all right,
Yeah.
the far Jaka forest is a purple circle, also the blue dots.
Yep. Okay.
And I would say maybe not go crazy with it, but yeah,
No.
maybe
I
coherent.
might add a couple mountain ranges that aren't around. I might add.
Because like this entire
I-
continent is bare except for this.
Yeah. Yep. I might add some
Right.
stuff there. We'll see. I might add stuff, but I do that way you can play off some more things. But okay,
And like a lot of the stuff, like you can add the kind of like boring stuff. Like I mean,
that's what I
Additional
that's what I was
rivers
thinking.
and stuff
Yep.
like that.
Okay, this is good.
Just a minute, Sable.
Are we all okay with 7 rounds being it and moving on to the second age next time?
I'm ready for the second age.
Yeah,
Sure.
me too.
second page, noticing the fact that the top one is pretty barren, but like overall, I've done the main things I wanted to do. Or I eventually decided I wanted to do in this era. So yeah, I'm cool with moving on.
Okay.
And remember,
Me
shaping
too.
land isn't like prohibitively expensive in the second age if there's something
Yeah.
that you decide.
Sure.
Yep. That's right.
Yeah, this was awesome though. I really enjoyed this. It was fun hearing people's ideas and kind of mingling with them. I mean, Spencer, I should ask you, I hope it's okay that was I too invasive with my last action there? I hope not.
Well, no, and especially because you said that sector order that you created isn't actually really an order of the Seishi. They're an order of your people, just in Port Ikar.
Well, what was it? Your people like had joined this Seishi, or like was this
Or am I
Seishi influenced?
misreading?
You're
I think-
misreading.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's
my
an
idea was-
order of Seishi.
Yeah, like an order within the Seishi that has been brought about by the influence of Ilm, who is not. It's not that he's not pleased, but these ulama
Part of his
subraces that have started to deviate from what they're supposed to be doing, he's kind of established a sect in your group since they're approximate to them that is dedicated to eradicating.
Okay, no, I mean that's what this is for. Is all about using
Mhm.
these things.
create some animosity.
Yeah.
And yeah, I like the idea of like, oh yeah, these were very orderly, and now they're not, and so like you go deal with my problems. Help
Yeah,
me.
kind of like
Mhm.
that.
Okay. So next time I will add races become cheaper. We have 3 major races, I'd say. Really 4. The Kaijaka with the first race, the monstrous, and then we have the Ulama, the Diende, and then the Jinshi, and now the Farborn. Forgot about them. And so with a couple sub races. And so as we go into the sub races, or as we go into the other races, these new ones that are much cheaper to create, that's going to help us flesh out the world, which should be exciting. But I will add, you might have thoughts right now on the race template that you want to use, but really don't worry about that.
Okay.
I think at framing especially with the Gith and the Ulama. I think that might have just added to some of the confusion, just trying to keep them straight for a little bit. But also, the abilities may not uh, may not.
That's fine.
Yeah, we'll talk about it afterwards
I
when
think I was
they
probably
comes
just
to.
I was probably working from because I
Yeah,
remember us talking about not making new races, and so I was saying, okay, if I make a race, what's going to be my base, or But that's fine.
For
yep.
for for
I'll
me with races, how I've been doing it is like I just come up with the idea first, and then I just scroll through the D&D Beyond 5th edition races list, and I'm
and
like, which, because that has a quick snapshot of racial traits, and it gives you what their stat changes are and
hmm,
odds and ends that they do, and I'm like, yeah, that could work. I could make that work.
Okay.
And I haven't even considered that because I'm like, Jake said he was going to take care of that, so I'm going to let him deal with the crazy.
yeah. I'll talk with all of you about what the actual stat block is that we use after the fact. But
Okay. Cool.
um,
Now we're
so
doing cool stuff.
yeah, just focus on the concept of it, and we'll come up with the rules after. Okay. I will. So my duties are to get this map looking better, a little bit more fleshed out, so that we can play on it next time. Um, we got to figure out when next time is, but let's not deal with that right now.
Sounds good.
Could I? So another thing that might be helpful, and I'm not going to ask. This is not for Jake because you'll have enough to deal with just with the map. But I feel like it might be kind of nice for each of us to kind of do a summary of what we did, and then share that because I'm
Jake's
like right now.
did a
Oh, sorry.
full
Go ahead.
list, didn't he?
I haven't shared it. I'm going to share it right now. You all can look at what I've typed out, and if you could send me a summary, like your intent and stuff. I think that's what you're saying, Michael.
Nice.
Yeah,
That'd be kind of cool. It'd help me out.
I shared
Yeah,
my document with all of you. It's got kind of what I was planning on doing for this with my stuff. So it's not finished really. It's just kind of a work in progress. But yeah, that would be great because like I'm lost a little bit on. I missed out on some of the Farborn Jeshur stuff there at the end. We accomplished quite a bit with this though, man.
Yeah, we did, and
We-
I'll fill it out a little bit more. It'll be great.
I like that we did have like some nice like kind of interaction with stuff, and oh yeah, it was good stuff.
I'm guessing I didn't overstep, but I want to ask. All was well with me in my actions.
I
Oh
think
yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good, and like the oh you need access. The
And I
I've requested access. The like the extra points and stuff. That was one of those things I was like, I was kind of like going to be like, hey, do you want to like maybe give us some extra points or something? But I was like, I'm not gonna ask for that. So I don't
yeah,
know.
don't be a
I'm glad
jerk.
that you, because especially with the fact that like in this stage, just like spending points to build the world is like if you don't have very many, it's a little bit. I don't know, when you're just like there's a road and a river and I don't
Yeah.
know. But we all kind of made it exciting in our different ways. So
Mm-hmm.
I was happy that we did pick outside the box a little bit. It was good.
Yep. Okay. Well, I think that is that. I think many of us are tired. So if I'm gonna call it for the evening. Let's message. We need to figure out when we're gonna play, when we're gonna do this again. Like I said, I want to do it sooner than later, so we don't lose this momentum, lose this thought process.
Mm-hmm.
But what that is, I don't know. So
Is Lexi going to be out of this process or is that something you haven't even thought about yet?
it's not something I've thought about. I anticipated her being a part of it, but since she missed it, I don't know if she doesn't know the world, so it could be like a new god comes forth and
Yeah.
it's going to impact things. But yet, then again, well, I guess I don't even know if we have a theme yet. Does there really need to be a theme in how things work? Yeah, magic theme. So
The magic that you started with, Keith picked up on that pretty in some interesting ways.
Made some weird stuff, but not
Yeah.
necessarily magic.
So,
All right.
I guess I'd leave it up to all of you.
Goodbye, everyone on Twitch. Thanks for tuning in.
So,
I'm gonna end the stream.
not all about
Yeah, that's good.
Bye, Twitch.
I just want it for their posterity, really.
I mean,
We can
it's
turn back
Right.
to it. You can go back and watch it, see where you did
it's,
wrong.
it's 4.5 hours of pure joy.